Yo,
What up,
What's good?
bud?
what's going on, gents? How we doing?
Not too bad. How you doing today?
How's it going,
Can't
fellas?
complain. I can't complain.
So, fuck it. I'm gonna jump right into one as soon as we get in here. I know it doesn't always mean that they were cut or released, but the UFC roster watch posted Darren Till cut.
That's fine.
Yep, I seen it. It is true. Hey, Joe, go ahead and send out that co-host, buddy.
What's that?
Go ahead and send out that co-host. But yeah, I did see that it is true. He was cut.
I kind of want to hear Kate go off right now because I know he's hot right now, bro.
About the Gaethje deal?
Yeah.
Oh, he's heated right now.
I can
His
tell the minute
fandom,
he started talking, I was like, oh, I know how he feels right now.
his fandom is hurt plus 235. That shit is ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Oh,
That's a
man.
little much. I mean, I thought plus money. I thought like plus 170. To be honest, I didn't think Gaethje would open at plus 235. That is definitely beyond what I expected.
Bro, how you gonna do my man Gaethje like that? Open him at plus 235. You are crazy.
I
Bro.
mean, it's definitely enough for me not to bet Fazee, that's for sure. I'm not taking
what
him at fucking 300. Give me a break, bro.
is that what he is? Minus 300?
It's like 275 or something, isn't it?
Damn, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't see that one coming. Man, I see T Rex is in the chat here. I'm gonna give it like 2-3 minutes, and then I'll do a little proper introduction. Try to let a couple more people pile in here that we know are coming. Uh, Very honored to have you there, T Rex. Man, quick one before we get it going. Did any man? So Jake Paul, I know that hurt a lot of you boys who were betting this weekend.
Not me.
Not me. I was like, no. I felt like there was definitely a time to bet Jake. And I'm not saying I thought this was the time to fade him, but I'm like, nah, the competition's starting to get too close. I had just stayed away from it, man.
I saw that dude at Leanne's. I was like, this dude is an athlete, bro. He's taking the L tonight where it's rigged.
Did you see I know I don't say his last name, but Dave from Barstool Sports, did you see his post?
Nah, I don't rock with Barstool really.
Oh yeah, come on, Joe. You should have known better than that, man.
I didn't. I don't, bro. I don't even know that guy. I
Oh
seen it on a
man.
retweet. Is that a sore subject I didn't know about?
Ah
No,
man.
we cool now, but it's still fuck Barstool.
There,
Hey
Terrence,
Terrence, if you don't mind
Joe's
me
like,
asking, I know that you and dude were like supposed to set something up and talk. Did that ever happen?
Yeah, I went on Barstool. Yeah, we hashed it out. So
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Joe's out here supposed to be the news guy and don't even know the
You
news.
know, I do, and I did. I as soon as you guys were talking, I'm thinking back, and I'm like, God damn it, I can't
but
believe
bro,
I fucked
Terrence
that.
isn't the only fighter that has had problems with Barstool. Their headlines are just so misleading sometimes.
Yeah, for real.
Oh,
They
I
suck.
wasn't defending him. I just thought it was funny that the host came out halfway through and was like, "Okay, I was completely fucking wrong." Like I was that cracked me up. Like we all know you're wrong, bro. You're wrong every time you guys post some shit. We know that. Like you didn't have to tell us you were wrong. We already fucking knew you were gonna be wrong. He was all surprised that Tommy could box. I mean, like, even if the dude had no fights before him, clearly he's coming from one of the world's best boxing camps. Like, he's gonna look good in there. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm a little biased or whatever, but that was
They
just how I
both
seen it.
impressed me.
Anyway, I know most. Yeah, I liked them. So I didn't watch it live. I went back and watched it. However, I went back. Top five boxers, but we're not supposed to be watching top
Yeah, you can
top
tell
five.
they put the
We
work in, and I just respect that.
We need to put it in the air to get Terrance a fight with KSI because KSI was bumping his gums a few months ago.
KSI doesn't want to box me, man.
That thing is so weird. He like hates Jake, but he's
Jake
Logan's
would fade him,
partner
I
on
think.
Prime or something. Are they just selling that? Do they like each other?
You know that's all for sales,
It's
Joe.
gotta
You know that's
be.
a sales
It's
thing.
gotta be.
All right, Joe, you ready to do a proper
I
introduction,
am.
brother?
I actually was just thinking that. So, man, as soon as we found out you were coming, Terrance, bunch of us died.
Oh, hold on. Shout out to Kane Town for coming through on this. We appreciate you, brother, as well as Cade on hooking us up with this, man. That's pretty cool. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
With that being said, we are keeping it to the host. We're going to try to keep this as an interview. So if he's got time afterwards, maybe we'll do questions, but we'll hang out until then. So
Yeah, we're just gonna
go
try
ahead.
to shoot a few fast ones out there, and then hopefully he's got time to let some guys talk. So man, I just ran through his profile. It was just a bunch of stuff we knew, but in high school, he was a 2-time state champion, freestyle All-American, had a successful college wrestling career, 13 wins as a professional with 13 finishes. He's one of the most exciting fighters at 155 you've ever seen compete in the UFC. Not maybe, that's an absolute. The bio on TerranceMcKinney.com reads, T-Rex was born, stuff happened, now he's a legend, to be continued. Seems pretty fucking accurate. Terrance, it's an honor to have you, man. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm in Texas. I'm training with Kevin Holland, and I'm training with Suge, so it's been awesome. And yeah, the weather's here is nice, so I can't complain.
Man, I'll hop right off that statement because I had a question. I'm just gonna hop in because I wanted to ask. So I've noticed you're seen in photos with a lot of fighters. Like, you are a popular guy with in the UFC scene. Like, who are the guys now that you're at the level you're at that are, I don't want to say big brother, maybe mentor is the word, but who are the guys that are like maybe helping you try to get to the next level of your career now that you're there? Guys we would know, like fighters, I mean.
Jamal Hill and yeah, Kevin Holland. They're my big bros right now. They're putting me on the striking game, and I think we should expect something crazy in my next fight because they're helping me get to this next level.
Yeah, I
We
see you
expect that
post with
anyway,
Kevin all the
brother.
time. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Trace.
we expect that from you, anyways. You always in crazy firefights, man. We love it. You're definitely a fan favorite here and everywhere, man.
Yes, sir. Killed or kill.
Yeah, it's fun for us. That's crazy for you inside there, but it's definitely fun for us. So I'll just ask, man, like, fuck it. We all seen the loss. Like, shit happens. Fighting is a tough career. There's no knocks in it or whatever. But like, how does the how does the bounce back from that look? Like, is that a you take some time off? Is it, do you get right back in the gym? Do you want to fight right away? Do you take time? Like, what's the bounce back from that look like?
For me, I didn't take no real serious injuries or nothing. It hit me on my neck. Uh, like I just got a massage. My shit was good right after going to the chiropractor. But yeah, I start training right away. I was just lifting at first, but now I'm getting in tune and just gonna pretty much box this whole month and train with Kevin. So, and then I'm probably gonna fight in May. It's looking like.
So you are already eyeballing a fight. So like, I know in the first like 3.5 years of your career, you fought like 13 or 14 times, and then you've been in the UFC like a year and a half, and you fought 5 times. How many times do you want to fight this year? Like, you've got one under the belt. You're talking about May. How many you want to try to get in?
I
Three,
want to get
four?
at least 3 wins to 4 wins this year.
How many fights are on your contract? And I'm not asking, like, bro, I'm not media. I'm just asking to see how fast you would pace through like a contract.
Well,
I'm not a
this is
media
my
guy.
last fight on my contract, and then we would renew it.
Is this your
Oh,
quote unquote rookie contract, or is this your second
No,
contract?
I'm about to be on my third contract.
Third contract. Wow.
Yeah.
man, cut through them quick,
Making
huh?
that big bucks now,
Yeah,
brother.
after this contract, we gonna be good to go.
Man, that's a sweet gig. That's sweet to see you can cut through them so fast. So you still train with Michael Chiesa?
No, not at all.
Okay, when you read, he seems like he was a big influence in getting
Yeah,
you
he
into
was my guy.
MMA. So
Yeah, he definitely got me into it, and yeah, I used to train at Sick Jitsu for a while.
nice. Cade, I see you with your hand up, but go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Terrance? Hey, last time we talked, because you came on my show. I think you just had a newborn. How's it been like? With doing father time and with stuff outside of fighting. How's everything been outside of the game?
Uh, well, it sucks that I got to leave my son for a month, but sacrifice must be made. But yeah, being a father's been like the best thing that ever happened to me. Just, just teach me how to have sympathy side, and have to be caring and loving, and I think that's good for me.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man. Because last time we talked, I think you guys just had him. You had just gotten home from having him and were settling in and stuff like that. So I just wanted to catch up with you and see how things are going, man. I'm glad everything's going well.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was a dope weekend. Winning my fight and then having my son. Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey, I know we're keeping it the host boys, but I'm going to approve an average in just a second here. Uh, Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in on you, Terrance, at all. Andrew, go ahead.
Hey, Terrence. So knowing that you're a father now, would you say that that has motivated you more towards fighting, or would you say that it adds a little bit of pressure to
Uh,
you with the
there's a
fighting?
little bit more pressure, but like I tell people, it's not nothing I'm not used to. Like I wrestled in college, like being number one in the nation, and then have someone always trying to come up to your head every match, like it's their last match of their life. So like, we felt it before. We just know we got to work harder, and that's why I'm making sacrifices so my son can live a good life, know what it takes to be great.
So, with your parenting experience so far, what would you say is harder, being a father or being a fighter?
They're both easy. Honestly, my son's just like me. He's always just smiling and laughing unless he's hungry. Then he's going crazy. But yeah, he's pretty chill. He just be chilling.
Nice. I got 5 kids, man. Is that's your first one,
Yeah,
Terrence?
one and done. Let's go, baby.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I didn't want any. Now I got 5, so it is what it is, man. Uh, Listen, man. So I started reading your story. I'm not going to recite it here for everyone, but your mother's story seems like it could be a whole space of its own. Like just going from, I mean, the fast quote is gang leader, the national speaker, and educator. But it says in there that you moved to Germany and then you ended up in Spokane. How long were you in Germany, and why? Why did you go to Germany?
My mom and my stepdad were in the military, and that's how we got to Spokane because he used to live in Davenport, so we actually stayed in Davenport first for like a year and a half, and then moved to Spokane.
I assumed military. I assumed military. Um, so did you move a lot, or was it just a couple of moves?
I moved all the time. So I was born in Chicago, then lived in Linesville, Alabama. Then I lived in Georgia, then Germany, and then Davenport, then Spokane.
How old were you when you lived in Germany? And then how long did you live there?
Maybe like 2 years. I think I was like 8 when I went out there, and I came to Spokane when I was like in 5th grade.
Was English like a dominant language in Germany when you were there? Like, did you have any like trouble
Well,
with that?
you had to take like language class like right away, like in 4th grade type stuff, maybe 5th. I don't really remember, and it was crazy.
Wow.
So you did have to learn some German.
Yeah,
That's cool though, man. I mean, like that's gotta. Hopefully, it sticks with you. That's got to be something that sticks with you.
I was ADHD as hell, man. If you got me remember anything, I'd be impressed.
I still am ADHD, but like I'm not.
If I didn't like it, yeah, good luck.
Fair enough. I completely understand. Um, so I read a quote. It's on the website. Pretty cool quote. Um, It says I was embarrassed, to be honest. I was really disappointed in myself, just seeing my mom's face in tears. She could have lost me forever. I was her firstborn. That was a huge game changer for me. Seeing my family members crying and sad, just seeing that inspired me to make a change. I tried to be around them every day. I still feel they hurt. That pushes me to be the man I am today. So I don't know, but I assume that quote goes back to the story about the time that the bad day that you had. That's on the website. Everybody can go to his website and read it. I don't want to read his whole story here. But was that a turn point? Like, is that when you started fighting?
Yeah, in my trip, like I saw, I was supposed I was like fighting to become like one of the baddest dudes in the universe, and I was like, damn, if I seen all that and then I died and came back, I was like, I think I'm supposed to fight. And then I went to school one more year to try to win a national title because it's easier to get to bigger promotions that way. But they're trying to like use me to stay another year, so I dropped out and I start fighting right there and then.
So you've only formally trained MMA for like 7 years, right? Six
Yeah,
years.
this is my 6th year.
And how many gyms have you been in?
Two.
Okay, Cade, go ahead.
Well, three actually, because I did jujitsu at newborn first.
Okay, but was that were you doing that like in eye of an MMA career, or were you just training jujitsu at one point?
I knew I could like naturally beat people's asses, so I was like, I want to make sure they can't just submit me when I'm beating their ass because I'd be hella pissed. So I did jujitsu for like 4 or 5 months, and then I quit and went to a full MMA gym. Cause like within like couple months, I was like hanging with the black belt, and I was like, all right, it's time to go to a MMA gym now.
Very nice, very nice. Cade, go ahead.
So to you, Terrence, fighting is more than just being. It's more than just being an MMA fighter, hurting people, or competing. Like fighting to you is something I'm assuming you hold dearly to you because it's something that you got into that helped shift your life into a different direction.
Yeah, and also it's just fun to me, and it's something just like I always just enjoy. To be honest, I've always been scrapping and wrestling since a kid. So when I saw that, I just knew it was destiny, and yeah, and I know I'm gonna get the belt, and I already seen it. I just gotta go make it happen. So whatever sacrifice I gotta make this year or wherever I have to go, I'm gonna get the knowledge.
Trace, go ahead.
Yeah, man, I just gotta ask. Not trying to bring any attention to any other fighter other than yourself, but I gotta ask, man, what was going through your head when you was hitting Drew Dober, man? Because that dude can take a shot. We know you can throw one. Like the dude's chin is amazing. I mean,
Bro, I was thinking that same thing like 15 minutes ago. I'm not even joking.
like was that disheartening or like I mean, you just like screw it, I'm gonna hit you harder.
Nah, that was sick as hell, man. When I saw him take that head kick, yeah, that was demoralizing. I was like, oh my fucking goodness, this guy. I said, this guy's fighting for his life. This is what my mom was talking about.
Like I legit believe that if you can't knock him out, that dude's probably not going to sleep anytime soon. Like that was crazy, man. Just insane stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, or he goes to sleep for nothing, and we all know that was the damage that did it.
yeah. No, he's taking them easy, right? I think. But yeah, that fight was sick. That was fun.
Go ahead, Andrew. What
Andrew.
you got?
So, just to start this off, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you and professional fighters because you fight. You know what I mean? And I feel like adversity could be your middle name. You've literally fought for your life inside and outside of the cage. One of my favorite thing about really good fighters is after they take a loss, where do they go from there? Some guys, can't get back on track and their career derails. And some people get better. And I've noticed that you always bounce back after a loss. So what do you do for your mental, like with your confidence? Like how do you keep that up? Do you do spirituality? Do you do like a sports psychologist? Like what do you do to always like make sure you're confident in what you do to remain, and go forward?
For me, it's just like it's just knowing that like I'm competing with like the best people in the world, and like anyone could win on any day. So like to need to lose is it's not like hurting. It's just like it's just a learned experience for me. And like I said, this I've experienced loss before, so like it's more just motivating to me because it always the best like revenge, like people say, is success. So like when I see all the hated comments, I just be thinking like, I can't wait to have the laugh. It just motivates me to work harder. And like I told you, I already saw that I'm gonna be world champ. That it was my destiny, and so I just trust in God, and I just get right back to the drawing board. And after every loss, it comes to me what mistakes I was making or what I need to improve in my game.
Man, great question, and I love that answer, bro. That was good shit, guys. I love that.
Yeah, I got to agree there. I got one I'd like to hit because, we've only got to talk to a few fighters. We were lucky enough to ask like about the Dana White contenders transition. So Terrance, you came out of LFA off of a knockout and into the UFC in like a remarkably short time, like 8 days or something like that, right? Like you fought on a Friday and then the following Saturday you were fighting in the UFC. So like I know it's real easy to say, oh, well, that was sudden and it happened fast. But my question is, did it really happen that fast? Like, did you fight on Friday? Like, oh, yep, I'm an LFA fighter, and then all of a sudden you got the call, or were the talks already there? Did you already feel it coming? Is like my question. Like, do guys get a sense that it's coming before it comes, or is it just like, man, you wait for the call and one day, pop, it happens?
Yeah, you can feel it. I definitely knew the call was coming because like I already just knocked out two people in like less than 30 seconds. Like that's just unheard of. And I was like, and the dude I fought was a Brazilian guy, and I knew like no one's finished him like that. And I knew like after this next fight, they told me they're like, yeah, you'll get signed after this. Take this fight. And I took the fight and I knocked the guy out in the guard. And then I took the fight the next week. I got the call like on like Tuesday and flew out straight to Vegas.
Yeah, man. I actually watched. I actually started following you after the your contender series fight. The when you fought. Oh man, I can't think of his name.
John
Woodson?
Woodson.
Yeah, Woodson. Charles Woodson, and or Sean Woodson. And yeah, man, I followed you after I watched all your LFA fights, man. Like I knew who you were, and I knew that you were coming before a lot of people knew outside that contender series fight, man. I was posting about you already, so huge fan, man, huge fan. I think most of us are. Everybody is. Let's be realistic.
Love, brother. That's what I try to tell people. Like I lost two in a row, contender series, and then again right after. Like giving up's just not an option. That's what they want you to do.
Yeah, you're a fighter through and through.
Yeah, and I just refuse to give them that right. If I quit, it's going to be on me, and so that's not going to happen.
Did the So I mean, clearly, you're making your UFC walk. That's a massive moment. Like I'm sure it's not describable in words. Like if you don't experience it, you won't experience it. But you fought on Contender Series 2, so like pressure wise, and I know it was a quick turnaround for UFC, so maybe it's not a great comparison, but like the pressure on your shoulders, the world on your shoulder feelings, is that more there on the first UFC fight or the Dana White Contender Series fight?
I think it's more so now because like the hype and stuff. So like I gotta make sure I back that up. So
Man, fuck that. You gotta win. I mean, we want to see the banger and all that shit, but fuck the hype. We want you to win. Cade, go ahead, bud.
So it was UFC 263. You fought Matt Frivola, right? That's his name. That's
yeah,
who. Okay, okay, great. I was there live, and you were walking out, and I ran up to get a soda, and I came down the thing, and I sat down, and I spilt my soda, and when I looked up, the crowd made a noise and dude was sleeping. And
No.
I was like, I had to watch it on the big board, bro. Like, what happened? But that's when I became like an instant fan of you, and I was like, this dude's crazy, man. But I didn't even get to see him knock this dude out.
Yeah, that was crazy. My mom missed it too. She was there too. She went to pray and missed it.
Oh no.
She had to watch it on. She had to watch
Sound
it
like
on the
that prayer
screen.
worked, brother. Sound like she working magic over there.
She had to watch it on the screen. It had me dying.
Hey
Man,
Terrance, how's like your fame level like outside of the cage if you go in public? Like do you get hit up a lot or how does that work?
Um, I think it's crazy in Spokane, but yeah, I always get people notice me wherever I go. Like I would say I have like the swag and like the aura of like a ranked fighter. I'd
So
say.
is that something that you enjoy? Or is
Yeah, I
that something
love
that
it.
you try to shy away from just because you do a lot on social media and stuff and maybe you just need a break?
No, I love it, man. It's just part of the job, so you gotta love every aspect of it, you know. And it's nice to know people support you, know. So I just give love back. That's just kind of person I am.
man, that's pretty awesome.
Sounds
So
like you're as cool as us.
so I know we only asked for like 20 minutes ish of your time, so we really try to stick to that. But I would like to ask, you got any plans to go to International Fight Week? I'm not talking about fighting, man. I'm a fan, and I go to International Fight Week. I met 52 fighters last year. I didn't meet you. I didn't meet you, but I met 52 other fighters
I
last
was
year.
going to go last year too.
What do you mean you were gunning? Like you got busy?
I don't know what I did. I think I did something else, but yeah.
You're crushing me right
Sorry,
now, bro. You're crushing me. What, what do you like?
boy.
You played some Xbox or something? What do you mean, Terrence?
No,
I'm just having fun, man. But it would be awesome if you showed up. I'm sure they'd give you a
I'll
nice
probably
spot.
go this year.
Man, it would be awesome. We got a couple more hands I'm going to try to kick out before he leaves us. Cade and then Trace.
Yeah, so there's a guy that it seems like you guys have went a little bit back and forth. A lot of people know him. Some people like him. Some people don't. But Patty Pimblett, he's getting ankle surgery, and he says that he's not going to be back until the fourth quarter of this year. You're talking about fighting in May, and that could probably. What's the chances we can see maybe Terrence and Patty uh, fight before the end of the year?
Patty
Uh,
don't want the smoke.
I think there's like a 50%. I think yeah, that's like a 50% chance. I think now that they seen me get knocked out, hopefully it'll make my chance of getting the fight even closer. That'd be sick.
I do want to see you fight him. He sticks his chin right out in the air, and it would just be just. I don't know, man. Let's see it.
Yeah, I'll kill that dude. Especially with the knowledge I'm getting right now. Like, I'm ready to get a win streak going, Lord willing, and yeah, I'm putting the work in for the win streak, and it's gonna come.
So is there really that feeling of so like as a fan, we feel this, we talk about it in spaces as a fighter. Is there that feeling? So like my feeling is just I'll just say what it is. Like, oh, they're not giving Terrence Patty because they're not going to kill that hype train. Like, do you feel that way too, or is that not? Is that just the fans that feel like that? Is what I'm saying.
Nah, I feel that, know that, and yeah, the fans know it. It will just be a bad night for them.
Well, it's nice to know that we're not the only ones that know. Trace, take us home on this, and then we're gonna thank Terrence for his time here.
Yes, sir. So, Terrence, I asked the same question to every fighter that's came on here so far. Uh, I cook all the time. I'm always throwing stuff in our group chat. What is the one thing that you have to have if you're cutting weight? Once you able to eat whatever you want, what is Mama cooking you, man? What are we eating?
Um, no, if my mom's making it, I'm definitely gonna need the baked spaghetti. She be
Oh yeah, and if mom's not cooking, what we having? What's our big thing we like to spoil ourselves with after camp?
If you're in
Some
Vegas.
steak and large lobster, maybe some hibachi.
That's what I'm talking about, man. I'm coming to eat with you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Good man. I'll tell you what, I'll buy you steak and hibachi if you go to Vegas, if you go to Fight Week, bro.
I
I'm
say
telling you. I won't even,
we'll go to bust one out there,
bro, we won't even tell nobody you're there. I'll buy the food and everything. I swear on my
and,
life.
and I'll buy the strippers.
My man, yes sir.
This guy. Love this guy.
Hey T Rex, I have to ask because I'm getting a lot of requests. Do you have time for a few questions, or do you need to get out of here now, brother? Do you have a few more minutes?
Nah, man. I'm in. I got you guys.
Oh man, I appreciate it. Well, I'll let you pick and choose there, Joe. We'll let you have uh, the host. I guess your job, brother. I'll let you have your job.
Yeah. All right. So Vinny had his hand up. Let him hit one. Then we've got a couple we don't know that have been
Yeah,
requesting like
just one
crazy.
thing, guys. If you are on the mic, be respectful, or we will boot you out. It's as simple as
Yeah.
that. We're
If
trying to be professional in here, and that's how we're treating it.
Yeah, if you're spamming or if you're screaming into the mic, we're just gonna cut you off and throw you out of the room. So anybody that wants to ask a question, we'll put you on the mic and then we'll put the hand up. Vinny, go ahead with what you had.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank Terrance for being in the space and wishing him luck for the future, man. I really appreciated you letting us know and visiting us. I mean, we love it. Good luck, brother.
Hey,
I think Tycoon is the one that's been requesting the longest. You got a question, bud? Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, Terrence? How you doing, guys? Sorry, I'm in an Uber right now, but was curious, kind of, have you been approached by any cryptocurrency companies to promote like meme coins? I know that's been real big in the UFC, and was curious. If I know a lot of these coins are what I like to call shit coins, and they're going to zero. But was curious if you've partnered with any of them, or if anyone's reached out to you, or if you would consider that.
nah, I stay away from that. But yeah, I dabbled with it back in the day, but now I just make money other ways.
Yeah, that seems sensible to me. Seeing Red MMA. Go ahead, bud.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me, and Terrence, big fan as well too. The one question I really kind of wanted to ask here: who's a guy in your division currently that you've currently have fought or want to fight that you could see yourself fighting in the future, maybe within the next year or two, that you'd also want to possibly train with as well too? Because I know your guys' division is extremely stacked with a bunch of talented guys, including yourself. So I was just kind of curious if there was anyone specific that you had in mind.
Yeah, who I want, I have to have Armin.
Okay.
It's a must. I'll fight him before I'm done. It has to happen.
Do you guys have beef or something like that, or?
Um, he said some stuff, and I just want to smoke. I don't think these guys really been hurt. You know, people fight good, but these guys haven't been hurt. I want to see how we fight once I like really start hurting this man.
Yeah, I mean, wrestling kind of goes out the window when you're getting hit with power like yours, so I'd like to see that happen too.
Awesome.
Dead picks.
Hey, yo, Terrence, what's up, man? Just want to say I'm a big fan, and I appreciate what you do in the cage, man. That shit, it's inspiring. Like hearing your story, with the police and all that. Like that was very, it's very touching, man. Very happy to see
Appreciate
you
that.
doing big things. My question is, who do you got for the main event? Surreal Gon or John Jones?
You
Yeah.
already know I'm going with John Jones.
Yeah.
There's
Hell
levels
yeah.
to this shit. You guys gotta remember, this guy's just getting into MMA. John Jones been doing this since like we were youngsters, man. This guy's the next level. He's gonna get it done like he always does.
Hey,
That's
Terrence,
fair,
I just want to tell you, you solidified everything I've been bitching at these guys for 6 months, and they're never going to hear the end of it now. I've been telling them that man set a standard that people have been training for, and they've been shushing me off. They ain't never going to hear the end of it now.
Cause
Trust us. If
they
there's
think
ever a group chat
they
that
think
supports him,
Gon can get him, but I'm like, dog. Who has he fought that's athletic? Francis is flat-footed. All the other guys are kind of fat. Let's be real. They're not about to be moving like John Jones.
Yeah, everybody in this group chat for sure does give John Jones his love and his due for sure in here, especially Joe. Joe rides for him 100%.
Man, we got a hater down there, our homeboy D baby. He's on gone, but we just gonna call him out. Wesley, I've seen you've had your hand up real patient, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, Terrance, big fan, man. I was wondering if you had any hot takes for this weekend.
The fights I like or what?
For the main
Yeah,
event,
that's nice.
any of the main card fights.
I'm excited for that. Whatever Slock Survival, whatever his name is, versus Jeff Neal. That's gonna be fire.
Is Turner gonna win?
And then, yeah, that's gonna be a fire ass fight. And I'm excited for Bo Nickel, man. The dude's a freak. Like, come on now, that's gonna be sick.
Jenny, I seen you had your hand up. Did you want to get a question in?
Yeah, if anybody wants to get a question, then put your hand up and we'll get you on the mic.
Yeah, otherwise we're not gonna stretch him. We don't like to do
Yeah,
that to
we're
people.
not gonna hold this man up too much longer. Go ahead, Cade. What you got?
Would you like to fight Gamrot or Turner? Like the winner or loser, whoever, it doesn't really matter. But would you like to fight those guys?
Eventually, I'll fight either. It don't really matter to me. Me and Jalen already talked about it. Eventually, we're gonna fight for sure.
Man, I just want to say you said you want to fight in May, but that doesn't help much. There's 66 fighters in your division, and that doesn't fucking narrow it down at all. As a big fan, I just want to point that out, Terrence. You didn't narrow down too much for me there.
Yeah, I got some names. You guys know soon, but if I were to say who I want right now, it's Jimmy Malarkey next.
Nice, nice. That would be beautiful to watch happen, man.
I don't
Man,
think Jamie Malarkey has the striking defense to keep up in that one, man. That would be a fun fight.
I'm just trying to get my bucks. I need a quick win. You know what I mean? Jimmy
man, get back
Malarkey.
that Minner loss. Is he still with the UFC? That's a quick. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk bad on anybody.
He's cut, bro. He's cut.
Hey, Robert Emperor, you guys got some questions for T-Rex, man, before he gets out of here? I see you, Usman. Go ahead, Usman. Y'all do throw y'all's hands up.
Yo, what's up, T-Rex? I just wanted to ask, how much input do you have in like the fights that you're willing to take? Is it mostly your manager that goes ahead and deals with all that? Because I mean, when I look at your record, it's like you ain't taking no easy fights. So we knew that Drew Dober was gonna be a war. You went and took on Bonfim in his fucking backyard. Um, do you have any input? And is there any time that you want to be like, yeah, I have all this star power, I have big power, I have exciting fights, but maybe I should pull back, slow down, maybe try to take some easier fights and uh, give yourself some more time in the octagon?
No, I want to fight the very best of the best because that's where I'm trying to be. And the more I fight these high level guys, the quicker I can eliminate the stuff that's gonna be affect me when I'm in a championship fight. The less holes I can have by the time I fight for the belt, the better. So I'd rather figure them out or take an L, learn them now than having to lose in the title fight.
All right, so we got NYCZUU. Go ahead, bud. You had your hand. You requested earlier. Go ahead and get your question off. All right, go ahead, Sing. You go ahead, bud.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to ask one more question here. It just kind of popped in my mind when I was thinking about future matchups for you, Terrence. What do you think about a fight like you and Bobby Green? How that would go?
I think he's about to retire after his next fight. I've been hearing.
Oh shit! Maybe you be
No
the
way.
retire him.
man, that would not go well. That would not go well. Cade, you know what? I feel like we're stretching it now, and I don't like that. Cade, take us home.
Do you still train with I'm so bad at names, man, but Syed Yaqub?
Yeah, he still trains with us. They kicked him out the UFC. They wild for that.
So he's someone that actually has been in the space a few times. Really cool guy. Funny. as hell. What advice can you give to him, like after what happened to him, just to stay positive?
I talk to him just to stay positive and trust God, and just know, no matter what, you showed you're one of the best fighters in the world, and know that you're gonna get picked up by a big organization. And yeah, that's what he's doing. He's staying focused, working harder, and we're both gonna have an incredible finish to this year. Promise that.
Hey, Terrence, I'll let Joe send it off. He's the host and everything, but I just want to say thank you, man. You've been so gracious and so kind to give us your time, man. Even on my show, to come into here and talk it up with the On Topic space, man. It really does mean a lot, and we appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's man. He summed it up very well, Terrence. I want to thank you so much for your time, bro. Like I know to you, this is like a space you kicked off, but we're not media guys, bro. We're hardcore fans in here, and this is big deal for us. This is all week in a chat. You know what I mean? So I really sincerely appreciate it. I can't wait to see you back in the octagon. I hope May is if that's where you want to get it. I hope you get May, and I hope you press that button on somebody, man. We're huge fans around here. Thank you very, very much.
Hey, love you guys. Stay blessed.
Do the same, Terrence. Do the same. With that said, guys, it
I
is
see all
time.
these requests. Sorry, guys, we only had so much time. We actually pushed past our time limit with him. I know some of y'all had more questions, but we can only do with what we work with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he doubled his time for us. Like he told, Cade and Kane asked for 20 minutes, and he told him he'd give him 20 minutes, man. He was in here almost 40 minutes, and he popped in I think even before the hour flipped when I was trying to get in early, man. So like that was pretty awesome of him. So
Hey,
sorry
I'm
anybody
gonna
that
let a
couldn't
couple of
get on
these
the
guys
mic.
through. I'm gonna let a couple of these guys through because they're still requesting just to see what they got. Okay, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody can get on the mic if they'd want to.
Hey, Cade and Kane, thanks again, guys. We really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. We always love connecting with fighters. They are humans just like us, and they have feelings just like us. So it's nice to get around people like-minded. You know what I mean? So thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. If y'all got
Absolutely,
something to
man. No
say, just throw
problem.
y'all's hands up, boys, and we'll get to y'all. Sorry, Kane. Go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I was just saying absolutely. I appreciate you guys welcoming me into the group with open arms like you did. Yeah, I can't wait to see Terrence get back in there, man, because I feel bad for the next person that's staring across the octagon at him.
Oh yeah, that's bloody murder night. That night, bro. He's gonna. Oh yeah, it's fucking fully motivated right there. Well, with that said,
So no Marin tonight. No Marin.
no man, and I know he's been having problems at that job. He put in
Yeah,
his notice. So
he's talked to us, and yeah,
yeah,
so we'll keep that off here. But yeah, so
yeah,
do you want to?
yeah.
I'm downstairs. I gotta walk back upstairs to the loft, but I can
I got
pull up
everything in
stuff.
front of me right now. I
All right,
can.
cool.
I got the whole tape list. I got everybody on deck. I think everybody that was on tape is here. Um, so we can get going.
All
Fight
right, so
one.
how it works, we haven't really been talking about it. We're trying to have a more professional format now. So we actually have a tape group now. So we're going to start off with our guys that do tape, and then we'll open the floor to discussion.
Yeah, it's one guy on every fight, so it's not like we go for an hour or anything. It's just one guy will lead each fight. I'll call tail of the tape, give a quick little my quick little synopsis of the fight, hand it over to the guy with tape, and then we hand it over to whoever else is wants to get in on the fight. So the first fight of the night is Esteban Ribovic versus man. I, I can't even find someone to say Rod Zabov's his first name correctly, but that is his last name. Rob Zabov took a short notice fight to get into the UFC. I don't know that he even had a week's notice on this fight, to be completely honest with you. He took it on very short notice. Tail of the tape is Esteban. I was a little behind. I'm lying. I had it up everywhere but one, guys. All right. Fucking one fight slacking. Sorry. Tail of the tape is we don't have the full tail of the tape because this was supposed to be the Kirk fight and Kirk got pulled.
I
Who
still
was
did
on?
some research on it because I had Kirk and then they pulled it. it opened up as a line, still giving it to, we'll go with Jaguar Paw, because I love nicknames, especially when I can't read your name. So Jaguar Paw has a lot of like a wrestling, aggressive. He spent a lot of time in the PFL. I watched him kind of manhandle Zach Zane. I watched his Alex Martinez fight. He is a very push forward, hard grappling style. He wants to lay and play. He wants to beat the shit out of you. He moves forward with hard swings all the time. He's not the same guy in the second round, though. He does kind of slow down. I don't think he gasses, because I watched him go, in a couple of his decision fights. So he still has a gas tank, but he's not the same fighter that he is in the first round. So he does look a little slower. Now, when it comes to Ribovics, he is a little
Esteban.
Esteban. All right, I like it. Esteban. So when Esteban, who doesn't sell cocaine, is fighting, he's 11-0. He's never been to a decision. I watched him knock out a few guys pretty good. He's got a nice knockout with a counter, and what kind of got him to the show in Dana White's Contender Series. He's only 26, almost 27 years old. I watched him get taken down with a couple double legs in a fight where he fought this Jose guy, which was actually his longest fight. And he gets up pretty quick. So is he going to get taken down? Yeah, I think he is going to get taken down, but I think he's going to land a lot of strikes in this fight. He's the underdog, crazily, even though, this is his shot and a short notice, but because I think he's a vet. Jaguar Paw is quite the veteran. That's why the line's more on his side, but I'm going to take him to lose. I think this guy's got a lot of heat. He throws some solid punches. He's not wild. He throws a lot of power. He's always moving. He's got good footwork. He keeps his distance. If he does get to the ground, he uses a nice Kimura a lot to get back to his feet. And I saw that on Jaguar Paw in a couple of his fights. So that's how the guys got back to their feet. So I think he's going to be able to get back up. So I'm going to take Escoban, and I'm going to take the bet as a money line on Escoban because he's an underdog. Prop bet, I'll go inside the distance. And then if a super, I would go for like a KO.
We got Gabe the sharpshooter. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if this Argentinian dude had any type of takedown defense. Because if he does, then I think he's an easy bet here. Especially because Loic is on short notice, and his gas tank sucks. Honestly, I know him pretty well. I've bet him in his last like 3-4 fights. But if he's gonna be on short notice, he's a grappler, so it's like, and he's hittable. So being hittable against a guy like that, who can throw heat, plus you're on short notice, so your gas tank's gonna be fucked. I think if you can confidently say like, this Esteban dude is gonna, not get taken down or get up or whatever, I think he's an easy bet and probably by KO.
I mean, he's definitely going to go to the ground just for how good the wrestling is. Loki, however the heck you said his name, he's going to take him down, but I think he can get back up. So I don't think he's going to make it 3 rounds with him.
Rhino, what were your bets? You said you picked Esteban. You would bet his money line, and what else? You take the KO on the super.
I took the KO for my super, and I took my prop bet inside the distance, and my bet was the money line.
So I will say, I will hop in on this one and say I ran numbers on this one, which when I'm trying to find small props for parlays and shit, I have pretty good success. I mean, numbers don't always lie. So Loic, I'm not sure exactly how it's said. The dudes went the distance 8 times. 8 times in 24 fights. He's never been finished. Esteban's got to come out, finish you early. Nobody's ever really seen what happens when he can't finish someone early. I don't think he finishes Lewick early. I don't see it. If someone was going to finish you, it would have happened by now by numbers. So by numbers, I am adding that to a 5-leg props parlay that it will go over 1.5. I'm not on either fighter, but I am on the over 1.5 for a 5-leg parlay.
I like that. I like that. But I think it's a good one, Joe.
Anybody else actually on this fight? Oh, well, look at that. We can lap that one out in just a few damn minutes. What a shame.
That's how good I am.
Up next is Damon Blackshear and Farid Basharat. Basharat is 9-0. Blackshear is 12-4. Blackshear is 5'10", 72-inch reach. Basharat is 5'8", 71-inch reach. They're fighting at 135, in case anybody's not aware. Huge difference in the strikes landed per minute between the two, but it's only based on one UFC fight each. So, like, the stats here are going to be so skewed, it's not really worth taking. I taped the shit out of Blackshear, and I took him 1 or 2 fights ago for the same reason that anybody is on Blackshear is going to say, is because the sub is live. The sub is live. Listen, the sub is not live, man. He's losing this fucking fight. I am on Basharat all day in this fight. Blackshear has done nothing but let me down. Call it a fade piece for me if you have to, because I gotta catch Blackshear now. Like I gotta fucking catch him now. But I am definitely on Basharat here. Tape was, let me see. I gotta go up and down this list. I gotta figure out a better system. Is Will here? Oh, he's fucking listening. Will, can you get on the mic?
I sent him an invite.
I sent him one too. Vinny, go ahead.
Oh, you're coming by surprise. Okay, I was just gonna say that the Bash brothers, this motherfucker is badass. Both him and his brothers are really good fighters. They're good strikers and they're good on the ground. So I don't think this guy's got a chance. I mean, I heard he's come of a gym that's really good, but I still think the Bashrat brothers got it, or Bashrat's gonna win it all the time.
We just call them the Bash Brothers, man. We'll bring that back to life again. Go ahead, Gabe. What you got?
Wait. Will had tape. Let Will
Oh, yeah,
go, and
my
then
bad.
let Gabe go. Will, go ahead.
So I think Basharat's going to meet some resistance in this fight. I think Blackshear can take the fight wherever he wants. Basharat necessarily doesn't take the fight wherever he wants it to go. He reacts. So I'm going to take the dog shot on Blackshear.
Oh,
Wow, didn't see that one coming. Did not see that one coming.
Yeah, me neither. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, just take that money and just throw it in the trash because that's
Fuck
what you're
that.
doing.
Mail it to me, bro. Mail it to me. 5 kids, homie. Mail it
Flush
to
it
me.
down the toilet, burn it, whatever you want to do. But yeah, I
Donate
was
to your
talking.
local school.
I was talking to Dravi about this one, and he gave me like a full breakdown. I almost didn't need to tape it, but Blackshear fucking sucks. He should have got finished by Zalal. Zalal should be fucking executed for not finishing that fight. But I think Bashrat is a little bit better than Zalal. Zalal's pretty hesitant, but like the Bashrat brothers kind of just, they don't really like, they're counter strikers, but they are okay with like being hit at times. And Blackshear doesn't have power, and he doesn't have the hands for this fight. And he's got a better ground game than his brother, in my opinion. So if it does get there, then I think Blackshear is going to be in trouble either way. So I think Blackshear could get finished late, but I wouldn't bank on it just because the Bashrat brothers are kind of decision guys.
Hey, yo, Gabe, hey, we
I
got
mean,
back there. Go ahead, Will. Go ahead.
I mean, Blackshear hasn't been finished at all, and you know, seen him throwing.
Hey, Will, you're breaking in and up, brother.
Hey, bro, your
Okay.
mic fuck, man. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you're
go
cutting in and
ahead and
out.
shit. Go
Oh, my
fix your
bad.
shit,
What I
Will.
said is Blackshear, he doesn't get finished. He's pretty durable. And Fareed, he doesn't throw with intention to kill. So I can see Damon making this fight pretty close. Damon, I mean.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, Zalal doesn't have power. He doesn't have any type of submissions, and he should have finished the fight, right? Zalal just he almost dies in the third round, right?
Yeah, but that was
So,
on
and I
10
think,
days notice for Blackshear.
yeah,
He's got a full
Yeah,
camp
that's
and
what I was
stuff.
gonna
I
say.
mean, Blackshear's ass either way, so it doesn't. I don't think it matters. Zalal's not better than Basharat, so it's like they're. I would say their striking is pretty similar, except Basharat's I think levels above. Zalal is a finished product. Basharat is still improving. Um, so I think he rolls.
Anybody else on this fight? D baby, what you got?
Nah, Gabe, Will covered it. I was just gonna say it. Black shit was on short notice, so I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, man. He might do something. I don't know, but I got Basher all day.
So, but here's what I'm gonna say this to you, baby, because I feel like I was there once. What's he gonna do? He might sub him, right? The sub is live, right? It's not, bro. It's not. It's not. I just want to tell you, it's not. I fell for that shit too. Please don't fall for that shit. Please do not fall for that shit.
I mean, he did almost had it on Zalal, but shit.
Shit, Brian Ortega almost had Volk. Shit, bro. You ain't never seen
that
Fast and the Furious, bro? Winning is winning. It doesn't matter. You win by an inch or a mile. They put that shit in the movie so everybody would know, bro.
yeah,
I'm just clowning. I am on Basharat though. He is my pick. I did put him in some parlays. I posted those parlays in the group. I think if not, I'll put them in there. They're just $25 parlays, $20 parlays. I don't bet big. I don't give no shits to bet big. If I win big, it'll still be $20 parlays, and that shit'll sit there. I'm gonna laugh this one out and hit the next fight unless somebody's got something on it. Nothing. All right, works for me. So the next fight of the night is Jessica Panay versus Tabitha Baby Shark Ritchie. Panay is 14-7. Ritchie is 7-1. Panay is 5'5", 67-inch reach. Ritchie is 5'1", 61-inch reach. That is a huge discrepancy. 4 inches in height, 6 inches in reach. They're fighting at 115. They both throw relatively the same amount of strikes per minute, 2.6, 2.9. They both absorb at relatively the same amount of significant strikes per minute at nearly 5. It is never good when they're getting hit more than they're hitting people. The big discrepancy that you're going to find in this fight is Tabitha Ricci's takedowns. They're way higher percentage, way higher rate, way higher accuracy. Richie's coming off of 2 wins over Vienna and Oliveira, and Panay is coming off of a loss to Emily Ducote after a win over, Carolina. I say her last name wrong all the time. She did beat Loopy before that too, but then lost twice before that. I wouldn't watch tape on this fight, but I know we all sign up and somebody had to. Usman, you out there?
Yeah, you got me on mic.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so yeah, I did watch tape on this one. I watched all of Ricci's fights in the UFC, and then I went ahead and watched a good amount of Penny's fights. What I have here is Ricci's a one-dimensional striker, mostly due to her size. She likes to pump out a time jab, attacking the lead leg with her rear leg kick. Blitzes in with a 1-2-3 combo, trying to get a hold of you for the takedown. She likes to move forward, but has shown the ability to have footwork when moving backwards, circling away from strikes. We saw that in the Manon Ferro fight for how long it lasted, and at the end of her most recent fight, I think with Poliana Viana. Um, Sorry, she does have decent takedowns. She's shown to have a power double. That's probably her best takedown, but she also does a single leg, and then she can also do trips off of caught kicks. She doesn't give up on the takedown, so that's good. She likes to really press forward into you, and if she does get you to the fence, she'll use the fence to bounce you off and then turn an angle. Her best punch is going to be her overhand right that she throws off at the end of her blitz. She has good jujitsu and good top control, and will land effective strikes from the ground and pound if she's allowed. Red flags that I have here for her. She doesn't really move her head, which can be trouble because her main line of attack comes from a blitz, and if she could be countered and timed right, it'll definitely sit her down. Luckily, Penne doesn't really have that kind of power, doesn't throw that much strikes, and I think you saw that from the stat rundown. She likes to move forward using a jab, a 1-2, and then a teep kick from distance. Although she usually has length, she doesn't really use it much because she wants to get into the clinch and use her knees to try and get into a sneaky back take. She's willing to give up takedowns because her jujitsu is the best part of her game. Mixed with her long body, she does have the opportunities for a sub. Because she's comfortable on her back, she's willing to stay there and hunt to sub. She will shoot a double leg, but is usually just to get into space. She likes to grapevine the legs when she does take the back and try to tumble down an opponent. Red flags that I saw here is that in her last fight, she did not check leg kicks at all, which ended up fucking her in the long run when it went all 3 rounds. She likes to put a lot of weight on that lead leg, which Tabitha should be able to eat that up. And when she throws, she kind of keeps her heads down, keeps her hands down with no head movement, and it kind of puts her in range for Tabitha's best punch, that overhand right. I do have Ricci as my pick. I said the best bet here is going to be the over 2.5 because although both women have the ability to finish it off their back or in the jiu-jitsu, I think Tabitha is going to be able to show that she can stop the submission. She did that against Poliana and Maria Oliveira. Maria Oliveira was a much bigger woman there as well, had the long legs and arms to try and get submissions from the back, even though that's not her game. But yeah, I took the bet for over 2.5 is probably your best bet. Prop Ricci by decision, and then if you're getting sexy with the super prop, I put Ricci by split.
I was just about to ask you what were your thoughts on a split for Jessica Penne, though. You know, because I mean, if anybody can upset her, let's be realistic. It can be Jessica Penne. She did just beat Lupe Godinez. It was a split
Okay.
decision win. It was an upset, but I mean, she's a better wrestler than Baby Shark, like hands down.
Here's the thing that with that one, when you go back and watch that fight, Lupe didn't do any takedowns for some strange ass reason. All of her takedown attempts were off of like a judo hip throw, and that just allowed what's her name, Penne, to just jump up on top of the back and make it more of a jiu-jitsu scramble from there. I do think that the odds are crazy. I don't think Ricci should be a minus 285. I do think that there are avenues for Penne to win, but I think she can get overwhelmed on the feet. And honestly, I think if Ricci were to fight smart, time that jab, use the leg kicks, and run away. I really liked her footwork from the outside when she did use it. It's not really advised because she's a smaller fighter against a longer fighter, but Pane is not the best striker in the world either. I think if she can time those jabs, hit the leg kicks, and move on the outside, I think she might have an easy game there too. Then mixing in the takedowns that Pane will basically give her because she wants to have those ground scrambles. If she can land one each round and have a little bit better of the stand up, I think she'll be able to take this in a decision.
I
No
love the in-depth
sprinkles,
break.
Usman?
Excuse me.
No sprinkles, man?
I can't get split decisions, and this one, like I said, I don't like the odds at minus 285 for Richie. I think she should win, but I also really like Penn. I think because she's an old school tough girl, and she's been around for such a long while. I think I have a soft spot for her. But nah, I'm not really feeling any sprinkles. If you have a split, like I said last week with what fight was it? The O'Day Osborne fight. Hit the split either way.
Yes, sir.
But for me, no, I will not have any sprinkles on this one.
Yeah, just don't get too cute with it if you do it. Just don't pick a side and just take the split.
So I am putting this fight to go the distance in my props parlay for sure. I just think that Richie's takedown pressure will be the difference maker. I do worry. Jessica's got grown woman strength though, bro. That's what worries me. Grown woman strength right there. I don't know a better way to explain it.
Usman, I do want to say I love the breakdown, brother. I love how in depth you went. That was some good stuff, bro.
Yeah, and I always say, like, I agree with Joe. Like, I think sometimes these women get a little stronger and a little better as they mature. I don't think it's like guys. I think over there at that 38 range, sometimes they can really be getting into their woman strength. But it also rides the line of Jessica Penne is a 40-year-old girl who's been doing it a while and who's only had like one fight in the past 5 years or some shit like that. Or it's been a while. No,
He's had
she
injury
had
problems. She
she had
missed like
three,
4 years.
but it's been a while. It's been a while for sure.
Yeah, they were trying to say that she was on some kind of steroids and she couldn't participate for 4 years, and then she finally got cleared. But Benny's had his hand up for a while. What you got, Benny?
Hey guys, how are you? Just wanted to say, I don't know, but I think Baby Shark is gonna win this one. I don't believe Penny's got anything in the tank. She's 40 years old. I know what Joe's saying, grown woman strength, but come on, man, she's been wrestling for a while now, and she lost to Ducati, and Ducati is probably the worst fighter I've ever seen in a woman. So I don't know. I think Tabitha Ricci should be able to put out submission on her, maybe second, third round. That's all I got.
Anybody
All
else
right.
got anything?
I do like the ground and pound from Richie. I
He's
think if she does get some control and just starts going off, I think we might look for a finish. But Penny's she's a tough woman as well, so I'd rather go distance.
I'm 100% on the distance. I built a 5 leg prop parlay that's Duplessis inside the distance, Cody versus Trevin inside the distance, no side. The Rebo versus Rads fight that we already talked about over 1.5. This fight goes the distance, and the Gary fight inside the distance. That's my 5 leg prop parlay. Um, I don't know. I feel pretty confident about that one. I don't know why. I just think it's a good one. I'm gonna lap this fight out. That's a long time for that fight. Up next is Manny Marquez and Cameron Saman. Fight at 135. Mana is 5'10", 70-inch reach. Cameron is 5'8", 67-inch reach. Mana throws at 4.4 strikes, significant strikes landed per minute. Cameron is at 4.06, so they're pretty even. Huge discrepancy here is that Mana gets hit 4 times, so give one to take one. Cameron is giving 2 to take one, getting hit just under 2 times per minute. Takedown, both average just under 1 takedown per 15 minutes, so I don't think it goes to the ground. This is one of 4 fights that I have nothing on at all this week. I didn't tape it. I didn't stat it. I'm not betting it. I'm not parlaying it. I do believe tape is Trace. Is that correct?
Yeah. I got the write up for it.
Go
So
ahead.
I tried not to didn't do too much for this, but yeah, I know I kind of get a little carried away in my breakdowns too, like Usman does. But yeah, so Mana, he's a good striker. He doesn't throw a lot of volume, and he does seem to lack killer instinct. Um, he has nice, uh, he has a good switch stance. He switches back and forth as well as giving different looks from different levels. But he doesn't really do anything with it. It's more for show. He doesn't he'll get you fainting, but he doesn't capitalize on the feint. It's like he takes more pride in just making you flinch than making you pay for it. While he has been able to be taken down, he has shown able to be continuous. He's able to continuously get up and be dangerous in the later rounds. He actually dropped Ronnie Lawrence multiple times in the later rounds, so he carries his power throughout the fight. One thing I did note about him was that he did lose his head coach in Krause, like many fighters did. So I don't know where he's training at, or if he's still at the same gym, or how that's working out. So Cameron, super aggressive, good striking and wrestling. He's the more complete fighter in my opinion. He has nice scrambles. He will fight for your money. I think we see a stand-up affair between these two guys as long as it's somewhat close. Simon's not the most defensive fighter. He is there to be hit. Um, I do think Simon has the edge in wrestling, which I think he'll feint with the setup combinations. Despite what the line says, I do think this fight's a lot closer than people are making it out to be. Um, so my pick is Cameron. I like the fight to go to the distance, so I'm actually taking the prop as over 2.5 at -105, and then my super prop. I'm actually gonna. I went with mana split decision because I feel like you're gonna get the juicier line, but at the same time, why get cute? Like I said about the last one, and just look at the split decision. I didn't have the line number for it, but those are usually around plus 4,500. I would say for fights. Well, at least in the bigger weight classes. I'm not so sure about the smaller weight classes, but it's usually a pretty juicy line. So I am gonna look at that. But nickel and diamond, I wouldn't bet the house on it. Bet responsibly. It is a home run. It's not either you do miss big or you win big. So spend what you're comfortable spending. Just don't go crazy with it. So again, the pick is Simon.
I actually like Martinez in this spot.
What's the bet though? So what's the pick? What's the bet? What's the
He's got a
prop? It's all
shot.
about.
I said I had the pick of Simon. I chose the prop for over 2.5 at -105. And then I did do mana split decisions. I do think that he could win a split decision. I think, like I said, I think it's closer, especially if it stays striking. I actually kind of, man, I don't know. It's close. But yeah, I would do split decision over 2.5 and Cameron. But Mana is very live, and I'm actually probably going to use him on DraftKings because I do think he is a good dog that can win the fight and can knock this guy out. I mean, we've seen that he carries the power late and he carries it throughout the fight, and his good up game's good, man. I mean, Ronnie Lawrence, I mean, he kept getting back up, so yeah, I think it's going to be a tight fight.
Yeah, give me Martinez topic.
All right, bro. You betting him for
Hey,
real?
the only thing that I mean is it just because he's young? Is that the reason why you're loving this Martinez? I mean, I've seen him. He's no joke. I agree with you on that. But obviously, this is a young kid thrown into this fight to kind of knock him out.
Yeah, this is what we look at. This is more or less like a setup fight, like I would say. I mean,
Yeah,
they're giving him the opportunity to put on another show potentially because the guys will strike with him. So, like I said, as long as he wants to keep striking, I think it stays striking because he is the better grappler. I do think he wins the exchanges and the grappling whenever it comes time to that. But go ahead, Kay. What you got on this?
I just don't think it's a fight to really bet on, D.
No, yeah, bet you will. I mean, like I said,
I was talking D, baby.
okay.
I know
Oh
I
no,
feel it, but yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm a what's that word? Degenerate. Fuck
Oh,
it.
it's 10K or cap, bro. That's what you're looking for.
I mean, we're on underdog night, though, man. We
He said,
basically
"What's
picked up
that
an underdog.
word? Degenerates." This mother. Cade, what you got, bro?
Man,
nah.
fuck you, Joe.
I was gonna say like I'm not gonna particularly bet that fight, but I feel like the UFC Trace, that was a good breakdown, but I feel like the UFC's like I feel like Simon's one of those kids that you know what I'm saying? Like you get that sense. I think we talked about it earlier. You get that sense of people that the UFC likes, or they try to give fights to build them up, and I feel like they
Yeah,
might
they
see
have
something.
setup fights.
Yeah, like I feel like they see something in this fight that Simon can take advantage of because I feel like they do like the kid, like, and I don't know, like that would be my
Like
pick
they like the
Like
personally.
Hooper.
I 100% agree, but I feel like they can only do so much for you. Once you in there, they
Oh,
can
of
give you
course,
the
of course.
opponent, but if home like I mean Guido Canetti, that dude was always a setup fight, but he's an old mean
No,
bastard, just
I
like to
I
knock people
agree. They
out.
can't do nothing when the cage door is locked, right? But I'm just saying, like I feel like they're giving him fights that they think he can exploit something in.
Of
So I
course, he's
just
only 22. I mean, he's
yeah,
22 years old. Of course, they're feeding him some chicken.
so that's what that would be the side that I never taped the fight, but that would probably be the side I would pick as a fan, but I'm not gonna like bet it or nothing like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, what is the
arguably.
actual line right now?
I don't know, but I can tell
I
you that.
got him
Bro,
as a
he over
250.
minus 200. Come on, man. Y'all trip. He minus over 200. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
minus 260 is at least what he opened at. Martinez plus 210. Hey,
He's at
let
250
Zaza
now.
get. Zaza's had his hands up. Zaza bets. Go ahead, bud.
Yo, what's good, Joe? Hey, first, congrats on that host you had earlier, man. You doing your thing out here, man. Congrats. And then my
Thank
second.
you. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Go ahead. What you got on the fight?
No, I don't got. I just want to ask a quick question. Does he train with Duplessis by any chance?
Yeah, they do. They train with the same team. Ice. It's like a three. 3 letters. I can't think what it is right now, but yeah, they're from the same fight team.
Ah, shit. You know I'm high on
The
Duplessis.
African
Yeah.
parlay, baby. That's Africa. That's why I took this fight. I took both Africans because I wanted to see it.
What's
But
the
I'll
holiday?
break that down later.
What's the holiday? I'm sure there's some kind of like South African holiday coming up,
Yeah,
right? There's got to be something,
hey,
bro.
Andrew, why the fuck do you have to go there?
they trying to get out of
Every
the
Because it's
fan
week,
funny.
movies, bro. They trying to come to America. That's
bro.
why.
I'll never forget when the last South African, not to change the subject, but the last South, I fucking joined the fucking narrative side of things, and bro, I lost my motherfucking ass, bro. I won 1 out of
That's
8
what you get.
bets.
That's what
I
you
won.
get.
Hold on, I
That's
won
what you
1 out of
get,
8
Cade.
bets. I texted those motherfuckers in
Fuck
that
them
group chat. I said,
narratives.
"Kick me out, this motherfucker, bro. I ain't doing this narrative bullshit no more."
That's what you get. Bro, we got a tape group if you want to get on. You could pick 2 fights every week and tape them. Then we'll tape the rest, okay? So you don't never have to care about a narrative again. I'm lapping this fight. I'm done with it. Here's what's next. I don't even know what's next. I'm just done with that damn fight.
Ian Gary's next.
Yeah, he is. Man, Ian Gary. We could call him Ian Easy Money Gary. All right,
Wait, is
Ian
it Ian
Gary.
Gary or Ian Machado Gary?
Ian
Where do you get the
Gary. That
Machado from?
It's Ian. It's
UFC.
Ian
Hey,
Gary
guys.
Machado Lopez Garcia.
Hey, Ian Gary at UFCstats.com. That's what we're going with. Ian Gary, 10-0,
He took
6'3".
his like girlfriend's fucking last name, right?
I don't care.
He got married.
74-inch
We're talking
reach.
about the fights.
Yeah, 74-inch reach. Song Kian is 18-6, 6 foot, 71-inch reach. He's given up 3 inches height, 3 inches reach. Gary's got 3 fights in the UFC. He's landing at almost 6 significant strikes per minute. Song, who has over 5 fights in the UFC, so stats add up, lands at over 4 significant strikes per minute. They both absorb at just over 4 significant strikes per minute. The only advantage you'll see there is that Gary should be able to basically slip 2 extra punches for every 4 that Song lands statistically. Neither one of these dudes are shooting the takedown. Neither one of them are going to go for the submission. This fight is definitely staying on the feet. Both guys swing a lot. We've seen Ian's chin hold up. Song is going to stand with him. I'm putting this fight is on my parlay props for inside the distance. I'm on Gary, but I'm just taking inside the distance for my parlay. Trace, is this fight you too?
No. I was gonna throw up something. I thought you were breaking it down. Whoever got it can go.
No, I got to
That's me.
scroll up to see. So who's on tape on this one?
That's me.
Go ahead, bud.
All right. So when I actually tape fights, I don't like to look at the line first because it clouds my judgment. So I just like to look at the fights on tape. But I was very disheartened when I put all this time and effort into these tapes, and then I looked at the fucking line and I was like, "Oh Jesus Christ!" Song Kanan, I mean, he's actually a decent fighter. I do like him. He's got a pretty powerful right hand. He's pretty technical when he's controlling his own pace. He's a kickboxer, so Joe's right. He's not taking it to the ground. I've noticed when in his wins, he's going to throw that 1-2. He's going to have that straight right. He has pretty good takedown defense. If he does hit the ground though, he gets right back up. Ian Gary Machado Lopez Garcia could take him down if he wants, but I do think it's going to be a striking affair. But I've noticed in his wins, if you look at his wins, these are all dudes who aren't even in the UFC anymore. So I just think when he faces inferior competition, he looks pretty good. But he does have some power. In his losses, though, it's a striking defense. His striking defense isn't that good. He gets popped. And dude is hungry for leg kicks. He just eats them all day. And I think Ian Gary is going to just exploit that very bad. He had let me see who his fight was. I think it was, it was against Gang Green. And he fucking put him down with some calf kicks. Like, I was, oof. That's going to be a spot he exploits. Ian Gary, I'm impressed with him, actually. His first fight against Jordan Williams, I wasn't impressed. Within the first minute and a half, he got tagged up. His nose was busted. Um, he got clinched up, but he didn't take any damage. But he stayed poised. He stayed calm, and that's what I like about him. And then his last two fights against Weeks and Green, he just got a lot better. He's a big, rangy guy. He knows how to use his range. Those leg kicks are there. He can do whatever he wants in the striking game, I think. He fights very well off his back foot. So even if Kunan does charge him, which he will because they're both counter strikers, and when Kunan doesn't get someone going towards him, he tries to exploit it, but all he does is run forward. Ian Machado, Gary Lopez Garcia is very great off his back foot, but when he's going forward, he's even more deathly. So I am going to take inside the distance with this for Ian Gary.
Nice. Yeah, I couldn't concur more. Trace had his hand up right away. Go ahead, then throw it over to average, bud.
Yeah, I think you broke that down perfect, man. I honestly think he sets him up pretty early in the fight to walk upon that punch and goes to sleep. I will have money on the Ian Gary Machado under half a round, whatever that is. I'm gonna put some money on it. I think he starches him inside of 2 minutes. I think it's a pretty quick fight, to be honest with you.
Damn, DraftKings lets you bet it by the second on some fights, bro.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna take the under half round and just a sprinkle. I'm hoping it's pretty juicy, but it might not be since he's such a big favorite.
Yeah, it's probably like plus 200. Average, go ahead.
This one is like real simple. It's like this. I don't know if you've ever heard of like the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. It's Ian Gary. He's too slick and he's too big for him, and he's getting way better. So it's Ian Gary all the way.
Yeah, man, it's tough because when Kunan faced better competition, as in Alex Morono and Max Griffin, he got dominated. Like he got his ass beat just very badly. And his fight against Griffin was 2 years ago. He got knocked out completely cold. I don't ever really like guys coming off of getting knocked out cold at all. He took a 2 year break, which I think his body needed it, especially after a serious concussion like that. But again, he's facing superior competition, and I think Ian Gary can potentially be that dude. So this is clearly a setup fight. Like Average said, keep it simple, don't overcomplicate it. He's gonna beat him. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it 15 minutes, but if he does, hats off to him.
Sorry to interrupt. Is this the guy that also has a loss to Adesanya on his record, or is this someone else on the card?
Yeah, it is him, I believe. Yeah, it was back in the day at middleweight. I don't really hold that against him, obviously.
No, you can't. You can't. Baby, what you got?
Shit, man, I'm just speaking into existence, man. Ian Gary versus Jack Dilla. Book it.
I
That'd
would
be a
watch the
fun
fuck
fight.
out of that. Take my money, bro. Take my money.
Yeah,
That'd
They
be
won't do
funny.
that though. They won't do that though.
Locked it.
Why not? Why
Because
not?
they're not going to put two up and coming prospects against
no,
each
them
other.
dudes got 6 fights apiece before they fight each other.
Yeah,
Who wins,
bro.
the bull in the china shop or the counter striker, the sharpshooter?
I mean, they
Vinny,
both sharpshooters.
Vinny, what you got?
Yeah, all I gotta say is Ian Gary, man. This is McGregor of the future. He's got the Spanish girl Machado last name. What else can you do? And then of course he's gonna strike him out. I say knockout first round, man. I don't think this guy. What's his name? Simon? No, Simeon. What's his name?
Fuck it, bro. You don't even know who he's fighting.
I know he's a Chinese guy. I'm sorry, I can't say his name. I just gotta say
Kanan?
Kanan. It's
Song.
been
Song
Song. I'm sorry,
Kanan?
Kanan's Song. That's what it is. Sorry,
The assassin.
okay. So like, and I don't know who said it. I think it was Andrew or Trace that said that he. I mean, he's all right, but at the same time, he's gotten knocked out a couple of times. So I don't know. I think this is an easy one. Ian Gary.
Hey, are we overlooking Song, man? Because if this dude pull it off, man, we're gonna
Shut
be
the fuck
stupid.
up, bro. We overlooking Song, bro. Come on, bro.
But hey,
Laugh.
D
We
baby,
going to the next fight right now.
you can't force it. I don't know, guys, man. It's gotta be legit and honest.
Man,
Yeah,
you
I
can
don't.
sit around and tell ghost stories all night, but there's just doesn't make them true. Listen, next fight up is Julian Marquez versus Marc Andre. Someone say it.
Barrio.
Barriel. That's it. Julian is 6'2" with a 72-inch reach. Marc Andre is 6'1" with a 64-inch reach. Many people in these spaces have been vocal about the guy who has a little more reach with a little less height. Julian lands at about 4 significant strikes per minute. Marc Andre lands at over 5. Julian absorbs at almost 4 per minute. Marc Andre absorbs at almost 5 per minute. Neither guy really shoots for takedowns. If it does go to the ground, Julian Marquez does throw up submissions. Has 0 takedowns per 15 minutes average, though, so he does not initiate the takedown. Both guys coming off of losses. This fight, the only note that I have is Julian Marquez says he was put on this card because they want to make sure people are entertained. So, with that
Did he
said,
see the rest of the card or not?
So with that said, I'm on the inside the distance. Tape was on, I think, Dead Picks, who hasn't even fucking spoken all night. Is he
Hi.
there?
No, I'm here. Yeah, I just
Dead
man,
Picks, what's good, bud?
man, I was like rushing like a child, trying to do his homework, like right before he has to hand it into the teacher, like in class. Like that's what the what do you call it? This felt like, man,
So
bro.
hot off the presses, he just finished taping it like 38 seconds ago.
Oh,
What
we
you
got
got?
it, bro. We got it. We got it
Bro,
remote.
that describes like my whole 4 years of high school, man.
Bro, just lately, bro. My schedule has been whack, but I'm fixing it, bro. I'm literally just trying to get the sleep down. But anyways, all right. So I'm gonna side with Julian Marquez on the count that he opened up as the favorite, and now he is the underdog. Um, I I I kind of didn't really like what I seen from Mark Andrew Barreau. He really just like he presses you forward with a jab, and he just keeps you in the back of the cage. But he doesn't really do much. He's not like a ferocious or like a dangerous striker. He just keeps you in the back, and he just scores his points. He has some decent head movement. For a guy that's not really known for his striking. Um, he did get knocked out by Cheaty, because of a stupid naked kick. Like I don't like when people do these naked kicks, and that fight, proved why you shouldn't do that. Um, yeah, Anthony Hernandez, what do you call it? He got just absolutely like wrestle fucked, and I know what do you call it? Julian's not going to be shooting the takedowns, but Julian will. He if he was in that position, he would have more heart. Like Mark just didn't show like any resistance. Like he was just there, to be, brought down the whole time, and it was bad. Julian, like at least when you take him down, like in that Maki Patola fight, he shows that he's trying to get back up. He's trying to he's trying to survive. He's not just just gonna give himself up to you. He found the round 3 sub in that fight because Maki was just so tired, from wrestling him for like the first 2 rounds. Those first 2 rounds, it was very bad for Julian. It didn't look good up until that round 3 where he had his best moments and miraculously found the sub because of just the gas tank on Maki. I like Julian Marquez as my pick. I'm gonna take him. On probably my what do you call my prop would be. I could see this even going over. I'm not sure about the inside of distance. If it does happen, the inside of distance, it will be Julian. I guess super prop will be Julian sub, and that's what I'm gonna be riding with this fight.
Nice breakdown, bud. Nice breakdown. Anybody else on this fight? Yeah, I didn't think this would be a real popular one. Let me finish taking down his picks here so that I got them recorded.
And no look for the Powerball. I mean, what's the name? Power bar, whatever.
The
Powder
super
puff,
bet.
the powder puff. All right, next on deck we got. Let me see who's gonna. Is this the Cody Garbrandt fight next yet?
No, it's Amanda Hibas.
Oh Jesus, fucking.
Just skip it. We won't tell anybody.
Someone had to do tape work on this shit too. That's the
I
worst.
had some
Dead
I had some
pick.
slight notes on this.
All right. So Viviana Araujo versus Amanda Ribas. Araujo is 11-4. Ribas is 10-3. Araujo is 5'4". Ribas is 5'3". Araujo has 68 inches reach. Ribas has 66 inches reach. So Araujo is an inch taller and 2 inches longer. These women throw. They both land at over 4.5 significant strikes per minute. Araujo, however, absorbs at over 5 per minute, while Ribas only absorbs at 2.5 per minute. Ribas has a very high striking defense at 70%. Both women average about 2 takedowns per 15 minutes. Ribas averages a submission per 15 minutes, where Araujo averages none. Both coming off losses to Grasso for Araujo, and Ribas is coming off of a loss to Chukagian. My notes for this fight, I got to switch over, guys. Sorry, I've only got 4 screens here, so I'm somewhat limited. Yeah, I have fucking none, so that's great for me. Dead picks, what you got?
Yeah, so I highlighted this fight. I didn't really dig deep into this one. What do you call it? If you go on Odd Sharks, you'll see that Amanda opened up as a heavy minus 250 favorite, and now she's down to minus 122. What do you call it? And Vivian Araujo was a plus 180 dog, and now she's down to a plus 102 dog. So it's got down to a near pick'em. Uh, what do you call it? I would probably side with Vivian Araujo just because she has a good takedown defense. If you see an Amanda's Ribas, what do you call it? When I was watching back, she didn't really have the best striking, but she did have good striking output. She had good cardio, and if she was to try to win this fight, I suggest that she probably try to keep it a decision like on the outside. I wouldn't try to get in there and try to give heavy exchanges because I think Vivian does probably have the more dangerous strikes, finishes. I know she's a grappler at heart, and I know her cardio's not that good. What do you call it? I know she I know if, what do you call it, if she starts to struggle, it probably is gonna lean towards Amanda's, what do you call it, during round 2, round 3. So I think if depending on what do you call it, what happens after round 1, I think it might be a good spot maybe for a live bet even. If you see that Amanda's not what do you call it, if you think she'll be able to survive round 1 and what do you call it, be able to show a good striking output and try to stay away from the dangerous attacks, try to stay away from even getting a sub, then I would say probably bet Amanda live, but I'm gonna stick with Vivian, just on the account that I like her, what do you call it, her defense from the takedowns, and I like that she has more power in her shots. So I'm gonna just take Vivian.
I'm taking Ribas by KO, by the way. Average, what you got?
I've got Amanda here, boss. I think she's looked really good in her fights at 125. I believe Shikagian was short notice, yeah.
I don't know. But the size difference there was far more substantial as well.
Yeah, and she looked good despite the loss, in my opinion. I think that she's the younger fighter. She's definitely the hungrier fighter, and like I said, I think she's looked really, really good at 125. So I've got Amanda probably by sub round 2, I'd say.
Is she gonna stick with the flyweight division?
I think she should.
Because I don't want her doing this Jessica Andrade shit where she's just bouncing up and down, trying. Because it's clear, Dana and them are trying to push her. It's pretty clear. I mean, I don't blame them. But it's like they're treating her like Jessica Andrade. It's like, okay, we know you're good. We're gonna try to just fit you into this fucking puzzle, but we don't know where to put you. We're just
Yeah,
gonna
I
keep
know.
trying back and forth until it sticks.
I know. Just on sort of on that topic. What's her name? She just fought the undefeated fighter. I can't believe I'm forgetting her name.
What kind of shit is that? She just fought the
Tatiana
undefeated fighter.
Flores. She's ranked at strawweight after winning at 125.
Well, I don't ever give a shit about the rankings
Well,
because
Suarez was also
they're marketing.
might as well have been the number 1 contender whenever she got hurt. Like,
Yeah,
Listen,
but you brought up Jessica Andrade. Jessica
bro.
Andrade
I
is
think
fighting at 125, and she wants a title shot at 115. So
I think
I
my
completely agree with you. It's a joke.
I think my Tatiana Suarez fandom will soon reach John Jones levels, so I don't want to talk about this. I don't. I'm just calling
I'd say
it what
that's
it
fair
is.
though. I'm pretty passionate about her
Thank you,
fight.
Joe.
So
And I
I
fucking
mean, I
met
should have
her.
my tongue cut off for forgetting the name.
Yeah, you should. All right, we're gonna lap that shit out. We'll call that one pretty quick. I'm not gonna invite a whole bunch of talk on it. Sorry, guys, just not gonna do it. The next fight, however, Dricus du Plessis versus Derek Brunson. This is a fight I am fucking excited about.
Joe,
Both
you
guys,
said his name correctly, man. I'm proud of you.
bro. I can say most of these names right if I have my glasses on tonight. That I'm not fucking around either. I'm wearing my glasses, so I can see it. Normally, I write all this shit with my glasses, and I'm like, fuck them glasses. I hate them, right? And I don't wear them. I have my glasses on tonight.
You're
So,
lucky. You have a choice whether to wear them or not. I have to wear mine constantly.
no, I don't. I'm blind I'm fucking blind, but fuck it, man. I squint, and then usually Marin does this shit. Marin's not here, bro. I gotta wear my glasses. All right, Derek Brunson, 6'1", Dricus du Plessis, 6'1", Brunson, 77 inches reach, du Plessis, 76 inches reach. So pretty even as far as squaring up. But when they square up, I assure you, Dracus will look like the bigger guy. I just assure you that he will. Both guys, Brunson's got probably a dozen plus fights on his UFC record. Dracus has 4, but those are enough to come up with some reasonable stats. Strikes landed per minute, significant strikes landed per minute, rather. Brunson is at 3.5. Dracus is at 6.6. That's a really high clip, guys. I don't know. Whoever's listening to this, if you don't look at stats all the time, landing 6.6 significant strikes per minute is a very high clip. Brunson absorbs at just about 3. Dracus absorbs at almost 4. Both guys have a striking defense of 52%. Both guys average just almost exactly 3.2 takedowns per 15 minutes. Dracus actually averages more submissions at attempts at 1.2 per 15 minutes, where Brunson is only averaged 0.6 over his career. I'm very high on Dracus. I have been for a while. Dracus du Plessis, inside the distance. KO finish is my pick. I'm pretty stout on that one. I've been high on him for a while, so maybe I'm biased, but he is bigger, stronger, faster, 10 years younger. This is his fight to win. Who's on tape? Is this Trace?
yeah, it's me.
Go ahead, bud.
All right, so Derek Brunson, the D2 All American wrestler, who basically fell in love with his overhand right, or his overhand punches, much like T Wood. Super explosive takedown attempts early, has strong and albeit sloppy overhand. While he rather, while he's a good wrestler, he uses more brute strength rather than technique for his takedowns, which is why I think he fades so hard after the first round or two, depending on the pace and his success on his takedown attempts. The biggest thing I noticed is Brunson isn't willing to go through hell to win. And let's be honest, if you're fighting Dricus du Plessis, he's going to put you through hell. Dricus is definitely the stronger fighter of the two. He's all out pressure, always coming forward to do damage. People like to harp on his gas tank because of how heavy he breathes, but the guy has an insane number of output, as Joe just mentioned. My one concern for him is that he does shell up when people are landing flurries on him, which I don't love because obviously these are little gloves and punches get through. I do think Brunson is able to get a takedown maybe in the first round. If he doesn't, he blows his wad trying to get him down, and eventually Dricus will start to land. Probably landing heavy blows at that on the nearly 40-year-old Brunson. And let's face it, if he breaks and he quits if he doesn't get flatlined. So I do like Dricus to be the winner here. The pick is Dricus. The prop is inside the distance, and I do like for the super prop. I like du Plessis round 2. I think he gets him out of there. I think, like I said, I think Brunson's able to get him down or at least tie him up to not be able to land strikes in the first round. But after that, he's going to gas out, and I think it's just a matter of time before he clubs and subs or just knocks him out. So yeah, that's what I got. I don't have the numbers on these lines because on DraftKings they're not out yet. But once I do, I will definitely be throwing these in a little parlay, little high stakes parlay. You know what I'm saying?
So you're on Drakus. The prop is the KO. The super prop is round 2.
KO prop is inside the distance, so KO or sub, and then super prop is Duplessis round 2.
Very nice. Very nice. Average. Go ahead. And that was a nice
Um,
breakdown, Trace. Go ahead.
I got another. Oh, it's just another simple one, isn't it? Like I think Drickus right now just looks like a freaking world beater, doesn't he? I noticed like the thing with Brunson when he can't land his takedowns, it's sort of like his motivation it just disappears, and he just gets beat up. Like you look at his fight with Cannonier, once he couldn't take him down, he just got cracked, and then the fight was over. Honestly, I think if he can't take down Drickus, I think Drickus is just going to beat him up and beat him up pretty badly. I don't see this fight going the distance at all. I think Drickus, like I said, he's looking like an absolute world beater right now.
I will say this: his 50% takedown defense, Drickus's, is misleading. That's like 2 takedown attempts. So he blocked one and got taken down on the other one. So and those weren't against high level wrestlers. So he can be taken down, which is why I think he might get taken down. But I don't think there's a chance other than him catching him with some brutal grounding pound or a big overhand sloppy right. Other than that, I don't think he can win. Go ahead, Zaza. What you got?
I'm on the same page as all you guys. It's definitely Duplessis here. I also heard earlier that what's his name? Brunson had contemplated retiring after this fight. I don't know if you guys heard that or anyone.
Yeah,
He
I heard he
did
said he had
retire
2 left.
once, didn't he?
I heard it.
I thought he said he wanted one last run, so I think maybe one more loss he quits. But I think if he wins, he probably tries to keep going.
Maybe if he wins in good fashion.
Just
Well, I
remember,
mean, let's be honest. The fight style matches up. He's either going to win in dominating fashion or get probably beat in dominant fashion. I mean, this fight. There's low chance of this going to a decision because
Stop.
Brunson doesn't
He's
have the
not winning in dominant
Brunson doesn't have
fashion.
the gas tank.
just remember, man, Dricus loves to leave his chin up, just like Patty. It's coming. It may not even be this fight, but it's
Yeah,
coming.
but no,
It's
he's definitely a
fucking
face of
coming.
the future. Like I'm not as high on him as Joe is for certain. Like I do think he fights a good striker. Like Izzy tears that dude apart. Like I mean, anybody that's a good counter is gonna destroy that guy. But for this fight, I think he's in a good spot.
I think it's a good
I
test
think
for him. I think
yeah, I
it's
think it's
gonna.
another
I think
build-up spot.
it's gonna show where he's at.
It's the classic out with the old, in with the new. They're gonna kill off the old line to bring in the new line.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
All right, Joe. I think anybody else got anything on this?
I hope not. I'm going to lap that shit out. We're making pretty decent time tonight.
I
All
would
right.
appreciate an argument back on the other side, though. Just to give everybody like, oh yeah, I didn't think about it that way.
Oh,
But
yeah.
hey, if we ain't got it, we ain't got it.
40-year-old Derek Brunson is going to wrestle 29-year-old, young, healthy, strapping lad, Drakus Duplessis.
Strap it,
Yeah.
you okay?
Bro,
Hide your
don't.
erection, sir.
Yo, I'm telling you, man. Like, it's funny because everything that you guys are saying is exactly why I wouldn't take Brunson, because I love fading those older vets, and I still probably will. But again, Dricus hasn't faced a fucking wrestler like Derek Brunson, and he always leaves his chin
But
up.
Derek
Don't
Brunson
be
has faced
shocked.
a
But I will say
striker like
this.
Duplessis, and you know what he did? He got knocked the fuck out.
I mean, it is still blonde. It is still blonde Brunson, though.
Yeah, and
Do do
Brunson
do
got
with
elbowed to
do,
oblivion by Jared
yeah.
Kennedy.
Do
If
with
he,
that what you will, but I won't be putting my money on blonde Brunson. That whole blonde era has done died out, man, just like the '90s.
The fuck out of here with that. The money is on Drakus, I am telling you, boys. Anyways, I'm going to skip over to Cody Garbrandt and Trevin Jones. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and read the tail of the tape first. Cody Garbrandt, 5'8", 65 inches of reach. Trevin Jones is 5'7", with 70 inches of reach. That is quite an advantage, 5 inches reach. Trevin lands at just over 2 significant strikes per minute. Cody lands at just over 3. Both guys absorb at over 4. Like, fucking red alert sign number one when you are looking at stats to try to cap fights. When people get hit more than they land, it is a fucking problem. Both of these guys have this problem. Cody does have better striking defense, significantly better at 60%, where Trevin is only at 40%. I mean, Cody averages one takedown per 15 minutes, and Trevin averages a half a takedown per 15 minutes. But there's just no way this fight goes to the ground. Please understand, in their last 10 fights combined, they have 2 wins, 1 each. I think this will be a fun fight to watch. I think that Trevin probably actually has the edge because of the reach. I'm adding this to my prop parlay inside the distance. Not picking a fighter. I'm just picking this fight to end inside the distance. Who had tape on this fight?
I did.
Usman. Go ahead, bud.
All right, guys. I'm real torn on this one. Right here, what I got from the notes: Jones can press forward, and he usually does when it's in a blitz combo. But he loves to concede to any amount of pressure, and fight off the back foot, even with his back off the cage. He seems to only have 2 strikes that land. It's going to be his lead right hook and the straight left that follows up the rare jab. Without too much thought into Jones' career, I thought, oh, he was probably just some shitty striker. But after watching all of his fights, I kind of give him a little bit of credit in the IQ sense of when he knows to clinch when shit's getting too hairy, or try to at least attempt a takedown just to slow down the pace of the fight, because he basically gives up the pace to anybody that wants to put it on him. With that being said, though, the biggest problem in his game is volume. He doesn't throw enough. When he decides to use his IQ, it's too late. He can get a takedown late in the round or just get a lot of clinch control, but it doesn't matter. We saw in the second round of his fight with Said Kakramanov, he had, I think, maybe like 3 minutes of control, but he literally just held on to a leg up against the fence and let Said just punch him in the face, I think, 15 times without doing anything. I really, it seems like it would be easily like, oh, it's Cody. It's Cody all the time. Every single time that Trevin Jones has had a fight, it's been to lift off Tamir Valiv or lift off Mario Bautista or Said Yakov. It's always been he's been a step up for everybody else. But one thing that I just cannot get away from is that go back to any Cody Garbrandt fight, any of his losses, it's always the right hook. He's only fought orthodox fighters his whole career. His last southpaw fighter was his debut against Marcus Brimage. So he hasn't seen that literally his whole UFC career, and that's the only punch Trevin Jones has. I really hate this one. I'm picking Cody. I actually think the bet will be over 2.5, because I think Cody also likes to give up space and shoot from the outside. And I think if he actually does wrestle, it will benefit him, because it'll just slow down Trevin, and Trevin's not going to do anything. He's going to be able to win rounds there. I think betting over 2.5 is probably the best bet, because I don't want to lean either way. I took the prop Trevin KO and Trevin KO 3 for the super prop.
Usman, I think we just became best friends, because I have the same read on the over as well, man.
So
Good
you
shit.
said
Good shit.
bet the over 2.5. What were the props, Bob?
Trevin KO and Trevin Jones round 3 KO.
Got it. Typing those in real quick. Okay. All right, beautiful. That was a nice breakdown. Everybody's breakdowns have been real nice tonight. I know I don't stamp on it every time. I don't want to be redundant for the people that are listening, but everybody's killing it tonight. Average, go ahead.
I'm so conflicted on this one. I mean, I'm a big Cody fan. I don't know about you guys, but Cody, he has, I don't want to say the word potential because he was a champion, but he has the potential to be great, but because how many times on paper is he better than all of his opponents, and he just goes in there and he just loads up and he just does the stupid shit that we all know that he does, right? That's what I actually put a poll up on my Twitter who people were picking to win this fight. For the longest time, it was actually 50-50. And now Cody is like 59-41 or something like that. Um, to me, this fight play to me this fight will play out. It's up to Cody how this fight plays out. If Cody's smart, then Cody wins easy. If Cody's dumb, then he's unconscious again, isn't he? So I'm picking Cody, but it's very, very reluctant on my part.
Kane.
Yo, yeah, I gave up on Cody a long ass time ago. I'm not gonna lie. It seems like any time I ever had faith in him, I was end up disappointed. Um, I
I was
literally picked.
heartbroken when Ronda Yaya fight got called off.
Yeah, I literally pick Cody fights by basically picking whoever Cody's fighting. So I think Jones is gonna end up knocking Cody unconscious. Kind of a caveman sounding prediction, but that's kind of how I feel when it comes to Cody now.
Off
I
topic though, did you guys see the memes of him, Cody Garbrandt versus John Jones? Because Trevin's last name is Jones, so they started making Cody Garbrandt versus John Jones memes. Those were freaking hilarious.
No, but I've told this story. Everybody, all the regulars have heard it, but I've met Cody, and I told Cody, I said, "Hey, man, you're my wife's favorite fighter." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Yes." Every time you fight, I tell her boyfriend's fighting, and me and him had a laugh together. I did not tell him the part of the story where every time he gets knocked out, I have a laugh, and she tells me he's cute from having said he was a good fighter. So, all right. Anybody else got anything on this one before I push on?
I loved Usman's read, man. Everyone thinks this is just going to be like some barn burner fight. I don't think it is going to be that way. I think they're both going to start out, fairly cautious. I think both of them are going to shoot for takedowns at some point. Cody has kind of shown that in his last two fights against Font and Kai Kara France that he wants to include the wrestling a little bit more because he realizes his chin's giving out. And
The
I think
takedown against Kai was more of a panic takedown, though.
what was that?
The takedown he landed on Kai was more of a panic takedown.
Yeah, but he was shooting early too. He just couldn't get it. But I think he's smart in doing that because he's trying not to get fucking clipped. And Trevin likes to wrestle too. So I think this shit's going over, bro.
Yeah, and yeah, and that was one thing. It was like I'll speak for myself and thinking like I kind of had a thought of Cody Garbrandt, and then going back and watching all the tape, I'm just like, wait, no, he doesn't really press forward all that much. He'll let you take some of the space, and when Jones does that as well, if not, he's just pressing forward with combos. I think we might just see Jones pressing into him to where we get some clinching up against the fence, or hopefully Garbrandt tries to use some wrestling.
I don't know, boys. I'm not gonna doubt the read. I didn't do the tape work, but
Hey, wait.
I'm definitely putting this one inside the distance on my deal. So I'm gonna move next because we have made the guy who ran the tape repeat himself. So we're gonna march on. Up next is the Bo Nickel Jamie Pickett fight. Man, I don't even. Okay, so Bo Nickel is 6'1", Jamie Pickett is 6'2". Bo Nickel has 76 inches reach. Bo Nickel has 80 inches reach. They both have landed. I mean the numbers don't matter. Bo Nickel has like 3 minutes in the octagon, and the fucking statistics are way crazy. On paper, he has 100% takedown defense, and they both land at 3.5 strikes per minute. But if you look at the stats, Bo Nickel is throwing up enough submissions that in his short period of time in the octagon, he is averaging 23.68 submission attempts per 15 minutes and averaging 23.7 submission attempts. Oh, takedown average is 23 and submissions attempts is 23. So, like, the rate that he's charging out there to do it. I seen this line at as crazy as minus 1,400. I
Bro,
mean,
who the fuck is Khabib? I want this dude.
yeah. So I will say this: I'd like Jamie Pickett to be the biggest upset in UFC history by like just absolutely starching him in one punch, just for the sake of fuck it, why not? Like it would be fun to see, but no way. Just no way whatsoever. Fight definitely ends inside the distance. I'm on nickel. Whoever the poor soul is that had to actually waste their time watching tape on this fight.
I was gonna say I feel sorry for the poor son of a bitch who had to tape this.
Dead picks. What's happening, bud?
Man, I didn't tape. Now I'm playing what it called. All I really did was watch Jamie fucking Pickett's fight against Dawkins and Tulin, and that was really enough that I needed to see for me to know that Bo Nickel was gonna win. I mean, the guy's already fucking minus 1,400 favorite. Like at this point, it's just deciding what props you're gonna play on Bo Nickel. So what do you call? If anything, you would probably shout out to Javi. I know he was on this. I know he bet the under for Bo Nickel. And what do you call my super prop would probably be even decision, man. Because like even I was thinking it, and Wes pointed it out in the chat. You know, who's to say? You know, what if Bonica, just tells his boys, "Hey, go bet my decisions." Because everyone's gonna be expecting the unders, the inside the distance. Who's to say Bonica just won't drag it out? Do some CM Punk shit that what do you call it? That one guy did to what was his fucking name? Johnson, whatever. What do you call? He just beat him up for like 15 minutes. Didn't finish him, just kept him, alive just enough. So who knows? Maybe sprinkle that decision on Bo, if anything. If you have the capital, if you don't want to, then just take him inside the distance or the under. So yeah, it's really up to it.
Yeah, can I comment?
Who said what?
Can I maybe comment? Can I talk about the Bo Nickel fight? Is that all right?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're good. You're
Yeah,
nuts, yeah.
go ahead.
All right. I don't know if you guys watched both of his Contender Series fights. So the first guy, Bo Nickel, finished in like a minute and like 2 seconds, and then the second guy, he literally finished him in like 50 seconds. And the thing that sticks out about Bo Nickel, I don't know how much of his career, how much of his flow grappling matches you guys have watched, but Bo Nickel has excellent high level jiu-jitsu to complement his wrestling. Okay. He went up against Gordon Ryan, who's right now pound for pound the best jiu-jitsu practitioner in the world. He got put in a triangle and, he got finished. Absolutely no shame. He literally fought the best jiu-jitsu guy in the world. The point of
Not only that, it was in the last 2 minutes of the final round. It was a tied matchup until then.
And so Bo Nickel has, he has something that a lot of wrestlers just don't have, which is extremely high level, slick jiu-jitsu. And it's like if you really watch that fight in the fights in the Contender Series, he locked up that I think he got him with the triangle, I think, but then he also like got the arm and like he like had an arm bar in there too. He literally locked up like two submissions in one, and it was very fast, very slick. And the play I like for this fight, which is actually a plus money play, which is what I think is actually going to happen, is I don't know if you guys have access to DraftKings, but DraftKings has like an alternative unders and overs under 0.5. That means that the fight won't go past 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the first round. It's plus 205. I think that's totally going to happen. I think.
Yeah, I called that for the Machado fight earlier for Ian Gary as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but maybe it might hit. I might be totally wrong, but I'm super confident in this. Like Jamie Pickett, very nice guy. I feel bad for him because he had to fight in the Contender Series 3 times to get into the UFC. Got in there, had a win or two, and now they're feeding him to Bo Nickel. But respectfully, I think Bo Nickel is he's gonna submit him in like a minute or like a minute and 30 seconds, or he might finish him on the feet, man.
I do love that prop for this fight though. That's some good shit signature.
Yeah, that's a good line on that prop. Average, what you got?
So I obviously I've got Bo Nickel. A funny thing, I saw this clip on Twitter. Like there's like those YouTube breakdown guys who like go into like massive depths of like they do their picks. They give a little breakdown of why they're picking a certain way. All this guy said was Jamie Pickett versus Bo Nickel and Bo wins. That's all he said. He gave one sentence as to as to. I found that pretty funny. I actually got a question. Where does Bo Nickel go after this fight? Because assuming he wins, what do the UFC do with Bo Nickel?
Probably shoot him straight into the top 15 and give him a top 15 opponent to go against to continue the ascension. It just depends on how fast they want to progress him, really.
They're gonna give him the Sean O'Malley treatment, and they're gonna feed him another can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's been fighting nothing but cans, bro. Like those first few fights that he had, like his first two fights, like those guys, like if you just go and see what they were doing, like after this fight, like they weren't doing shit. The only guy that he fought was like the first guy that he knocked out in Jorge Masvidal's promotion. That guy had some amateur background, but I watched back some of his amateur tape, and it was atrocious. Like I can't believe that guy was pro, but I mean, you got to start somewhere, right? But yeah, Bo Nickel's been fighting nothing but cans. This is gonna be like his, I guess, first real UFC test. So we'll see.
Yeah,
First
I'd say
legit
Jamie
fight.
Pickett's like middle of the pack, right?
What?
I don't know about middle of the pack. D baby, what you got?
I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but me and Wes was talking and shit. And it's not far fetched, so I'm just saying y'all be careful with the unders, cause Bo Nickel might drag it out so he can put money in his homies' pockets on the over. So.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said earlier too, man. Just worst case,
Oh,
bro.
you
Just a
said
little
that? Oh, I
sprinkle,
didn't.
just
I didn't catch that. My bad.
yeah.
I was losing connection and shit, so I didn't hear you say it. But yeah,
No, all good, all good.
yeah, I just be careful. But I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but you just never know. Like, cause this dude lines be super juice, and he gonna look out for his homies too. So yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, bro, I've watched some film on Bo and not fight film, like behind the scenes, like embedded style shit. His ego's too big for that, bro. This dude wants 10 finishes with like 10 total fucking minutes in the
Bo
octagon.
Nickel does not.
His
He does
ego.
not strike me as the type of guy to do something like that. Like he has like too much to lose, and he's too much of a winner in life to do something so stupid like that.
I mean,
Honestly.
still gonna get the win. Shit, it's a win-win. Him and his homies. Shit, fuck it.
I will say though, I think his striking needs some work. That massive overhand that he flung in his contender series fight, that looked a bit iffy to me.
Yo, speaking of his homies, up and coming, I think he's gonna be a heavyweight. Anthony Casser, that's his homeboy, and that dude is a man to watch. He is going to be a legit problem in the heavyweight division when he gets to the UFC. Penn State wrestler, dude's nasty.
What's his name? I'm gonna look him up.
Anthony Casser,
Hey, DM me that. Hey,
Cassar.
DM me that. I ain't gonna remember that.
All right, I got
For
you.
sure. Good looking.
I'll take one too.
Anybody else on this fight?
So I just want to DM with that name as well.
Is anyone on JB Pickett? No, I'm just kidding.
Man, somebody come up here and argue for Jamie, please.
Jamie a lot, bro. Jamie a lot, bro.
Hey, we got Liam Picks in here, man. He's got a good mind. Follow him.
Yeah, he does.
Liam,
Oh, man, you know what? I think him and his homeboys got shouted out on Ariel's show for a good slip. Him and his buddies. I think Connor Burks actually named a couple of them. It was a pretty cool
I
little
mean, guys,
moment for like.
he's been on the space with us before. He was on here with Gordo.
Yeah, I
All
know
right,
who Liam is. That just happened though. That just happened this week. I don't even know if they know yet. Like
Oh
VB
man,
Best got
Liam is.
mentioned.
If like I said, I can't imagine you're not following Liam already, but he is definitely Liam. A good must follow. He also competes, throws up his videos, dude's pretty nasty himself in jiu-jitsu.
all right, Liam. How does Jamie Pickett get it done?
Yeah, I did not come up to defend the honor of Jamie Pickett, boys. I hate to tell you. I did come up to say that Anthony Cassar truly is the next prospect to watch. He's the last guy to beat Gable Stevenson in college wrestling, which, if you guys don't know who that is, he's probably the best prospect in college wrestling, like, period.
Yeah, he
He went to
transitioned
the
over to
WWE,
professional.
but I mean, if he came to MMA today, he'd be a fucking problem as well. Extremely athletic heavyweight, and Cassar was able to beat him on more than one occasion, stunned him the first time they met, and then beat him again when Gable prepared for it. So Gable's one of the best that we have to offer in this country, and Cassar was able to beat him. That's a fucking huge statement. And I think that in terms of athleticism at heavyweight, it's uncommon to see really athletic heavyweights, and he's one of them. So watch that space. Great call.
I have reached out to him. Unfortunately, I have not received a response, but I have tried to get him on here, and I would love to have him on here to to talk to him and just talk about Bo Nickel. I mean, he gives us not only we learn about him, but gets us a little info on Bo. And hell, maybe we could even if we get him coax Bo into coming, that'd be cool. But he is definitely, I think he is the future. I mean, I think John Jones will be leaving and he'll be coming in, and then it's going to be him for a long time, man. He's a better wrestler than Blades, and the only people that beat Blades is the big power punchers. But I'm getting off topic here. But yeah, Anthony Cassar, and his @ is Ant underscore the champ.
Hey, is he fighting this week?
Damn, he got underscore. Damn, that's still a nice one though. Underscore the champ.
I
All
don't
right.
think he's fighting this week, but he's Bo's #1 training partner. So
So he got
they work
hands.
out together.
He could fight though, or he just a good wrestler.
I have seen his fight. He knocked somebody out, if I remember right. It's been a while since I watched it, but he did
It
finish
was
her.
Jorge.
He was fighting, but
It was Jorge Masvidal's promotion.
yeah, he's pretty nice, man. I mean, he's still pretty raw, but I mean, that's the biggest thing. The training and the discipline you get from wrestling. That's why they have so much success in MMA, because it's just a natural transition for him. I think he lines up perfectly if he does decide to continue this way and not going to like a professional route like Gable Stevenson did, like the WWE or whatever organization he's with. I do think he runs that division for a long time. Like, he's the first real legit athlete that division will have, other than John Jones. And yeah, I mean, the striking will come. If you can wrestle, you can strike, man. It's just a matter of learning.
See,
All
the only
right.
open question with Bo Nickel that's really an open question is we've never seen him take a flush shot. That's the only thing. Like, he might have a great chin, he might have a terrible chin, but it's just a glaring open question that we genuinely don't know. So that's the only thing as far as I'm concerned about Bo Nickel.
That's why I said it'd be nice to see Jamie get the upset, because Jamie's a cool guy, but that's just not going to happen. All right, up next we have Mateusz Gamrot and Jalen Turner. Tail of the tape: Gamrot is 5'10", 70 inches reach. Turner is 6'3", 77 inches reach. That's 5 inches of height, 7 inches of reach. Both guys fight southpaw. Gamrot is 21-2. Turner is 13-5. Turner does land at a very high clip. He's on a 5 or 6 fight winning streak. He lands at 6.5 significant strikes per minute. Gamrot lands at just over 3 significant strikes per minute. Gamrot's going to be strong in the takedowns, though. He's averaging almost 5 takedowns per 15 minutes. No submission attempts, though. Jalen averages 2 submission attempts per 15 minutes while only averaging 1 takedown. My notes on this fight probably aren't that deep, to be honest. If I have any... no, I don't. Who was on tape for this fight?
That
Fucking
would be
crickets in
me.
here. Rhino, lucky you. What's happening, bud?
So I didn't realize I picked this fight.
Hey, you got some funny come through on your mic right now.
Oh, sound like a robot.
Fan in the mic or something.
How about now?
Yeah, you still.
Oh, dear God. How about now?
Does anybody else have a view on this? Why he gets
Is that Darth Vader?
Can you hear me now?
The rookie's over there getting his stuff together. Anybody else on this fight?
Do you have us coming through another speaker? It sounds like you're having backfeed coming through too.
I see it going either way.
Let me connect.
Same. I agree with the baby on that one.
I just want to say I'm disappointed that Daniel Hooker's got injured, but as the resident Aussie Kiwi of these spaces, thank God Jalen Turner's leaving us alone.
Yeah, I can kind of touch
I'll
on
see.
this
I'll
one
see. I'll
for
see.
while he gets his shit lined out. I can touch on it while he's getting lined out.
I was gonna say I can too. Go ahead, Trace.
From what I noticed, Jalen Turner has a nasty body kick, man, and what we've seen is Mateusz Gamrot be susceptible to body shots and get hurt to the body. I think Jalen Turner can land them knees in the clinch, because Gamrot is going to clinch to try to take him down. I didn't watch any tape on this. This is just going off the fly, so I'm sorry if I'm wrong on a few things. But I do think Jalen Turner gets Turner in the clinch, and he can throw knees from the clinch and hurt Gamrot and lead to a ground and pound finish. Not necessarily that way, but I do see Jalen Turner winning this fight by finish. We've seen Mateus Gamrot get rocked in the past. I think he got rocked twice against Benny. Yeah, man, give me Turner. I don't know what the line is. I haven't looked at this fight at all, but you ready, Rhino?
Well, I'm on the flip side of that. On a quick rundown, I'm actually on Gamrot. I feel like the problem everybody's having here right now is that everybody really likes Jalen Turner. I mean, I know he beat Riddell and beat Malarkey and beat Medic. Like, I get it. It's not like he has no resume behind him. But Gamrot is Gamrot, man, and he's gonna do what Gamrot
Yeah,
does.
he's coming in on short notice, bro. You got to take that into account too. I mean, short notice fighters very rarely win.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that. Like on that edge alone, maybe, but I still favor Gamrot, man. A dude that can go 4 rounds with Beneil and take Beneil Dariush down 4 times, bro, is definitely going to take down Jalen Turner and do whatever the fuck he wants with him, in my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion. We got Rhino requesting to get back on the mic, and he did tape.
Yep, he's
Rhino,
good.
you there?
Rhino, you good?
I think finally. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good,
All
brother. Go
right.
ahead.
So
You can
I
clear.
hooked up my
Absolutely.
fucking. Dear God. Okay, so I watched a bunch of
Whatever,
these
old man.
fights.
Tell us the
I
tape.
watched a bunch of these fights. I turned into a robot. But Turner, with his size and how much he takes his time, and I really like that towards guys who are going to fight somebody like Game Rot that are going to try and do that lay and pray style of fighting, where they are just really basing everything off of the takedown. I mean, sometimes they can, land some decent strikes, but in all reality, their game plan is get it to the ground, throw the guy off, and decision is an okay thing. When it comes to Turner, he's got that long, lengthy body. He's uses a lot of good takedown defense pretty quick with just whizzers and stuff like that. From watching over his some of his fights, I got like he hits really hard, and he's always going to land solid on a lot of these guys. And when Game Rat is going to just depend on his wrestling, that's kind of tough to do against a guy who's got all this reach advantage, this height. I mean, throughout his fights, when he fights guys, Turner fights guys like Malarkey, uh, he just completely destroyed him. Stopped his takedowns, he pieced him up. Uh, when you go to his losses, Vicente, he kind of got caught. He did a spinning back, like elbow and got caught on the button, and Vicente just exploded as soon as it hit the ground. So it's not like he really made a bunch of bad decisions in that, except for just being an idiot with a spinning back elbow. Uh, I just don't see how Gamrot's going to really hold him down for 3 rounds, not taking some of the hard punches that Turner has. So I got to take the dog in this. I'm taking Turner as my pick. I even think he's got a bet of an inside the distance win. My prop bet would probably be just the money line. And my super bet would be if Gamrot does actually do what the hell he can, then it's going into decision, and I'll go the over 2.5 as a super bet just to see if I can make all my money back.
My man's already planning for a losing night. Another thing, another thing to take into account is that, like you said, how tall he is. It's hard to elevate, like we've seen in other fighters. It's hard to elevate somebody that tall. So I mean, the big slam takedowns, he's probably not going to be able to get. He's probably going to get trip takedowns, which I'm not sure. I didn't watch tape. I'm not sure if most of his
He does a
takedowns
lot
are
of
trip
those single
takedowns.
legs. He tries to grab like a
Okay,
single
well,
leg.
probably can get him down. That's still going to be hard, but you can still get him with a trip off of that. But yeah, I mean, I just think he's gonna have a hard time getting Jalen Turner down, and the whole time he's gonna be eating elbows and eating knees trying to get him down.
Doing it for 3 rounds is going to be very difficult. That guy is big. He's also very patient. He doesn't fight crazy, and that's what those wrestlers need. They need you to take like wild punches and stuff like that so they can take you right to the ground. Because then they just time it. They wait until you're going to throw. They do the double leg, and boom, you're on your back.
Well, I know Joe's on the other side. Do we have anybody else that wants to speak for Gamrot? Anybody else see it going for him, or any different takes at all?
Man, I just see it going both ways. I'm not on this fight.
That's fair. I feel like Rondo pretty much laid it out pretty well.
Yes, he did. I'm gonna laugh, but we got no hands up. There's no need to stall on it. Let me flip over to was a little faster than expected, but let me flip over to what's next. Is Jeff Neal versus Shavkat Rachmanov. Let me get the tail of the tape
I'm a
up here.
proud parent over here, man. My boy over here speaking names right 2 weeks in a row. Shit.
Glasses, bro. Marin wasn't here. I got my glasses on 2 weeks in a row, so I'll just start bringing the fucking glasses out even when Marin's here so I can see the shit. When I can see the name I'm supposed to pronounce, I know them all because I've listened to the announcers say them when they fight, and then I listen to them on tape repeatedly. But when I can't see it, I'm like, fuck it, I can't remember. Anyways, Jeff Neal, 5'11", Shavkat is 6'1". Neal is 75-inch reach, Shavkat 77 inches reach. So 2 inches height, 2 inches reach. Neal does land at a pretty high clip of 5.2 significant strikes per minute. Shavkat 2.5. We all know that guy likes to grapple. I don't know, man. This is the one for me. I put Shavkat in the parlay piece. I mean, he's the obvious pick here, but man, if Jeff Neal breaks my parlay, I won't even be mad. Like I know we're betters and fuck it, they're not people, they're bets and all that bullshit. But I don't give a shit, man. I like Jeff Neal. I hope he gets the fucking W, but I did bet against him. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. It is what it is, right? Andrew was on tape. What you got, bud?
Man, I was hoping to come into this with a pretty good argument for Jeff Neal. However, I'm having a hard time finding it. Jeff Neal, here's what I will say. What this fight is kind of going to remind me of, maybe not to the extent in terms of excitement factor, but just in terms of like step up of competition. I think this is going to be similar to when Hamzat fought Burns. You know, he's just a huge jump in competition, and then he finally got tested and, you know, had a competitive fight. I think this is going to be a competitive fight to some extent. I don't see it going to the ground from Jeff Neal's side, but he does like to clinch. That's my big question: is can he beat Shavkat in the clinch? Because Shavkat has shown that he can sit in the clinch. He did it with Oliveira for like 2 minutes. But he always fights the underhooks, which is nice. So he's always looking to get off the cage. But I want to see if Neal is strong enough to hold him there, because he's also shown that he can hold people up on the cage. But it's tough, man. I look at Jeff Neal's wins and I notice, like, okay, well, when he's winning, what is he doing? He's controlling the center of the cage. He's controlling the pace, which is most important, because in his losses, he seems to get tired when he's not controlling his own pace. But he does have really good takedown defense. So I'm curious to see um, if and how Shavkat can get him down. And then if he gets him down, how long can he keep him down? Because Shavkat has shown the ability to have great top control. And Jeff Neal has shown that he can get up off the ground quickly if you can get him down. So there are questions that I want to see answered. But Shavkat is very strong and he controls the pace. He always controls the center when he wins, and he wins in every fight. He's never lost. He's got that powerful straight right hand. If he does get that top control, that right hand is powerful. It is quick. He's got quick hands. He's great on the ground. So I really do want to see, if this fight hits the ground, how long it stays. I do think it'll be somewhat of a competitive fight, but yeah, I've got Shavkat on this one too.
Mikey Bats, I was going to ask you where that photo in your profile was taken, but that's T-Mobile Arena. I've been there too many times. What you got on this fight, bud?
Which photo? My banner or my profile pic?
Your banner up there. I just seen your banner.
Yeah. No, that's pleasure to meet you guys. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna go with Shavkat, of course, like everybody else. But if I'm gonna make a compelling argument for Jeff Neal, it's a lot of what was just said. But I think also it has to be more about the mental, right? Like Shavkat has not faced actual adversity yet. No one's made him back up. No one's hit him in the face yet. And I
he did. He almost got knocked out.
That was
Well,
on the
yeah,
original thing, though.
Gilbert almost knocked him out, but I'm talking like from somebody that not Gilbert. What are we talking about? Shavkat? Shavkat didn't get knocked out. Did I miss something?
No, he
He did on
did.
the original scene, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, wait. So
Yeah,
it's
he
what?
took a decent right hand from Oliveira, but it was nothing to rave about.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're talking about somebody that can genuinely has one punch knockout, and that's what Jeff Neal has. And my main thing with Jeff has always been, whenever I've seen him fight, it's not that his physical abilities is an issue. It's his mental ability in that does he believe he can stay in the fight? You know, if he can believe he belongs in there with Shavkat, then I think he has a really good chance. Like I said, he has really good setup. His takedown defense is there. It's just about stringing together the confidence, because that's a lot of what these fights come down to. You know, it's not just about the physical ability. It's about, do you believe you can maximize it? And I think with Jeff, and plus, like I said, the tough thing is he's had a rough goings on the last couple of years. You know, he's been in the hospital. He's almost died, and struggling with stuff. If his mental game is right, I think he can give Shavkat problems. Shavkat's a fucking machine. Oh, sorry, I don't know if I can cuss in this space, but Shavkat's just a machine. But I think the thing with those wrestler type machines is that they are always very they're one note. They have tunnel vision. They don't see anybody doing anything to them. So when you punch them in the face, it discombobulates their game plan. So I just want to see what happens when Shavkat has to go through more adversity.
You
But
make
I
a
do expect
great
him to
point
get
about the mental, bro. You make a great
yeah.
point about the mental. That's very valid. I love that.
Because
I
that's
just
going to be the
I have a
case in
problem because
the co-main event. Because I'm sorry to cut you off, Andrew. You and I actually got into an argument like a year or two ago. But just to jump ahead, it's like everyone's going to pick Valentina. I'm going to pick against Valentina. I'm going to pick Valentina. But people need to understand that Alexa, her skills are as dynamic as anyone Valentina's ever faced. And if she can make up the power differential, she's going to give Valentina a problem. I still think Valentina gets it done in like 3 rounds, but I think Alexa might. If you guys have watched her in Invicta, she's a monster. So, but anyways,
yeah,
sorry to go off
we'll
course
hit.
there.
No, you're good, man. We'll hit that fight next. But I just, if Jeff Neal's gonna win, he's got to control the center of the cage, and I think that does come with his confidence, like you just said. Because if he doesn't control the cage, he's gonna lose, and that's what Shavkat does is he controls the cage. When I looked at his 2 losses against Thompson and Magny, I'm
Yeah.
sitting there, I'm going, man, he had such low volume in these 2 fights. Why? It's because he's getting outpaced. He can't do what he wants to do, and he tends to overthink in those situations. And not to mention when he fought Magny, I think he had a really hard time with his
Yeah, he
range
did.
because he doesn't
Mm-hmm.
usually face guys with that kind of range. But
Yeah.
guess what? He's going to face. He's going to face range, baby. He's getting
Yeah.
that.
Well,
He
the
has.
funny thing is, I don't know if we should have this discussion because I know we're just covering the card, but I think pound for pound, Shavkat's a better prospect than Hamzat. So I think he might be better, but maybe that's a
Oh,
different
bro,
Yeah, I
bro,
conversation.
wouldn't go
bro,
that
bro,
far,
That's an
but
interesting. No,
we are not.
Hamzat's a monster, and I love his potential. But then Shavkat is more tech.
Whoa,
Uh,
bro. This space is about to come unglued. Don't.
Hey, Mike, you bet you're cutting in and out, bud.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you
bud.
are cutting in and out pretty bad.
The
Am I good?
MMA gods have spoken. They cut him off.
Yeah. Oh,
Nah,
never,
Mikey's
never.
cool. He's actually been in here before. But yeah, bro, the roof will come off this space. We're gonna lap that out. We're not gonna talk about Chimaev in here. Wes isn't here, but we still got some guys in here that'll go hard on Chimaev. I think that brings us to the co-main event of the evening. Yes, it does. Valentina Shevchenko versus Alexa Grasso. Valentina is 23-3. Grasso is 15-3. Both 5'5". Both have 66-inch reach. Valentina is orthodox. Valentina is southpaw. Alexis is orthodox. Alexa lands at just over 5 significant strikes per minute, where Valentina lands at just over 3 significant strikes per minute. The difference is Alexa absorbs at 4 significant strikes per minute, while Valentina absorbs at 1.9. The takedown average is per 15 minutes, not even close. Valentina at 2.5. Alexa doesn't even average half a takedown per 15 minutes. Submissions isn't very high for either of them. I don't know, man. So I actually did watch a little bit on this fight. I didn't have a ton of time. I lost power and shit, but nobody really signed up for these top two fights. So I did watch a little bit on these fights. Grasso has really good hands, right? She might be able to touch Val, right? Like, I get it. I see it. She throws the great combo. She'll step into it. She'll follow through. Um, even if she has the power to hurt Val, Val will just take her down. I don't see anywhere that she's going to stop someone at Valentina's level from taking her down and just controlling her. So, like, while I do think Grasso can hurt Val, while I do think that is possible, I am not on to the fact that this is going to be an upset. I think Val at minus 625 is fucking crazy. I would understand 400 or 375, 350. But I seen it at minus 625. I think that's crazy. Val does have the longest active winning streak in women's MMA at 7, trying to extend it to 8. With that said, is anybody on Grasso? Okay, then Mikey Bats, what you got?
I mean, Valentina is my girl, and so is Grasso, and I'm picking Valentina. But for the sake of the argument, I'll make something for Grasso. Here's the thing: I think a lot of what is going on with Alexa is everyone has those. We all have the tape of her getting destroyed by Tatiana, and then getting held down by Carla. But I think we also have to be honest about the level of competition she's facing. You know, those are two of the best wrestlers in the entire UFC. They hold anyone down. Now, granted, the size discrepancy is going to be interesting because even though they're the same height, size is a different thing. I mean, you look at what Valentina does to people even bigger than her. You know, like Juliana Pena is bigger than her, and she was able to get her down. I think what Alexa has to do is she has to keep this fight, as crazy as it sounds, because Valentina's a striker, she has to keep this fight on the feet and try to be as dynamic as a striker, because the criticism of Valentina lately is that she's become kind of not one-dimensional, but kind of being like robotic, right? Like she waits and waits and waits and picks her spots and waits for you to make a mistake. It's almost like the Anderson Silva GSP thing that everyone gets to. When you get that good, when you get that dominant, you tend to find your groove, and you're like, all right, why do I need to take risk? What Alexa has to do is she has to take risks in this fight. She has to make Valentina fight her, and she has to look at what Tyler Santos did in that fight and try to glean from some of those things. Obviously, she doesn't have the same physical tools as Tyler Santos, but there's some strategies from that fight that she can probably glean from and go, okay, if I do this, but do it in my way, it might give Valentina's problems. Because at the end of the day, too, time beats everybody. Valentina is going to be, her birthday is next week. She's going to be 35, I think. And it's just the time's going to get to her. And this might be the time. This is a trap fight for her in many ways, you know? Like, when you're that dominant, something's going to catch up to you, you know? But I still think she'll get it done, but we'll see.
Not a bad take. Usman, what you got?
Is it a gimmick? For sure. But I told y'all when this fight first got announced exactly how it was going to go. What's her name? Fucking Alexa Grasso is going to give her some stuff up top while they're striking. And Valentina's going to say, I'm not going to deal with this shit. I'm going to take this bitch down. And she's going to. And then she's going to get subbed. Put y'all's money on Alexa Grasso by submission because we're going to make some bank this weekend, boys.
Bro,
Alexa
Marin would be
Grasso
so proud of
by
you right now, man.
submission.
Marin would be
Oh,
so
yeah.
proud of you.
Yeah, I know, Marin. I don't know where the fuck he's doing or where he's at. But on a serious note, I will say this. I'm always going to back my Mexicans. I'm also always willing to shit on Entram Gym and how they don't really make progress. But if you look at both Irene Aldana and Alexa Grasso, they've been able to flex a little bit of their groundwork here more recently. And if they're doing anything over there, it seems like they're trying to capitalize on that big weakness that both of them have had. And I'm always gonna back Alexa Grasso. It's gonna happen, guys. I will throw a sprinkle on Alexa Grasso by submission.
Bro, that shit is gonna end Valentina beating her ass in a crucifix. I don't know why you're gonna waste your money on that shit. Average, go
Sprinkles,
ahead.
So,
sprinkles.
me and Wes in the chat had a pretty decent conversation about this. I just thought I'd go over what we said. No, with no disrespect to Alexa Grasso at all, I like her very much, but I don't think she doesn't stand a chance against Valentina. Alexa Grasso is a boxer who doesn't throw kicks, and Valentina plays at range for fun. Alexa Grasso hasn't beaten anyone yet in her career where I've gone, wow, I want to see what she's going to be like against Valentina. I don't think she's ready. I think every couple fights in Valentina's career, she has to prove herself again, like sort of like make a statement, like that massive statement she talked about with the Andrade fight. I think this fight's going to be the same because she was quote unquote beaten in her last fight. Um, I honestly think Valentina's just going to eat her alive, do whatever she wants. She's going to kick her to death. She's going to wrestle her to death. Valentina by whatever way she wants.
Oh, make no mistake about it, bro. She did lose the last fight. She just won the decision.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I just think that she's gonna, like I said, every couple fights or so, Valentina has to make a statement to remind people that she's good as we think she is, And I think that this fight is gonna be no different. Yeah.
I
And I
think
think
it's just I think it's just
I
what
don't.
comes with greatness. You know what I mean?
Andrew.
Like no one likes greatness and dominance over a long period of time. So when it does, people get bored and they want something new and they want something exciting. So, when you have a decent prospect coming up or whenever it's a competitive fight, there's a little bit more emotion behind it.
Yo, I quoted it once and I'll quote it again. Spider-Man said it best, man. The one thing people love to see more than a hero rise is a hero fall, man. So people cheer him on the way up, then can't wait for him to lose, man. It's a sad game that we love, but that's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
That's
I think
facts. They was doing that to Floyd
I
Mayweather.
think a lot. Exactly.
Signature,
This
go ahead, man.
I
Hey,
think
I
I
did
think a
that shit
live
to
play in
Floyd,
this
man.
fight that's definitely
Me
I think a
too.
live play that's worth a small stab in this fight is Grasso via submission because I don't know who was on Grasso, but I think honestly, Valentina has like this aura of invincibility around her. But if you literally just look at Alexa Grasso skill for skill, man, I think she's actually extremely skilled, and I think on the feet it has the potential to be close. She has very tight boxing. Um, but I think that submission is live because depending how Valentina chooses to fight her, because I was talking to somebody else in a different space about this. Valentina's training in Japan, and somebody was speculating that she was practicing her judo, and Alexa Grasso goes for submissions in fights. Prior to the Joanne Calderwood fight, Joanne Wood, she attempted a lot of submissions. She just didn't get them. I think it was Felice Herrig. Correct me if I'm wrong. But she went for like a guillotine at the end of the round, and she had it tight, but the round ended, and then she finally got that submission over Joanne Wood. So depending how Valentina chooses to fight her, I think a submission is totally live. So I think it's worth a small stab. Yeah.
a submission. No offense, but a submission over JoJo doesn't convince me that she's gonna submit Valentina.
And I'm saying it's worth a stab. I think the odds are like
Well,
eight
yeah,
eight or
but you
ten
could
to
you
one.
could use that same argument for a lot of fighters and a lot of things, though. That's just being
I don't
contrarian.
I,
So here's what I'm gonna
I don't
say.
think it's contra-
I don't disagree with him because he did not use the word value one time that I heard. Had he thrown the word value in there, that shit would have been out the door. But he just said worth a stab. Fuck it. It's worth a stab. I'm gonna agree with it.
I call it
We're
Yeah, and I
scratch-off
know.
ticket.
I'm just saying I'm not convinced.
No, I agree with you, but I'm
Scratch-off.
saying he just said it's worth a stab. He didn't come at us with no bullshit value, so
Yeah,
give him a
bro, you
break.
gotta relax, man. He's not saying, yo, you need to play the sub.
bro. It's
Yeah,
your
Yeah, I
life,
know
he's
bro.
that.
just saying
Shout
it's
I
out
worth
to
know
a
that,
Bro,
stab.
it's your bro.
and I know that. I'm just generally.
All right, hands up, boy. Go ahead, signature.
your money, bro. Do what you want. I'm just saying the odds are like 8 or 10 to 1, and stylistically, if you look at how they fight, it's a very feasible path for Alexa Grasso. So do whatever you want. I'm just saying what I think.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, honestly. Go ahead, Usman.
Hey, I just got to remind y'all rule number 367 of MMA betting. when you got more than 2 women fights that are over minus 200, one of them is gonna fall. And Tabitha Ricci ain't falling, baby. So bet on Grasso.
Hey,
The fuck
that's
out of
actually.
here with that
Hey,
shit.
There is
listen,
another
that's
women's
Bro,
actually
fight
it's
too, bro.
Rule 367, bro. You didn't read the
hey,
handbook.
that's Rule 365 in my book, bro. You quoting the wrong chapter.
Bro, my book only goes to Rule 334. I don't know where you're getting this Rule 3 whatever fucking bullshit you're making up. There's 334 rules in this handbook, bro. That's it. There ain't
Hey,
no.
Liam had his hand up.
Can I paint you guys a picture of like this time last year when everybody was telling me that it was a crack cocaine take to think that Talia Santos could out-grapple Valentina Shevchenko? So I do think that
Yeah, but we seen. Go ahead.
I have heard you're the Bob Ross of MMA, to be fair, though. So paint
it
that picture, baby boy.
Well, what I'm saying is, man, at that time, everybody's like, bro, that's an insane take. And then post hoc, they're like, well, I mean, yeah, we knew it was going to be close, but like, well, no, you guys told me it was going to be a rout. You guys told me it was minus 600. It's like, you got to either live with the result. And like, I thought that she won the fight, but it's like, if she didn't, all right, no worries. She got out grappled then by a blue belt. That's what we have to talk about moving forward. So it's like, yes, she was physical. Yes, she was very physically imposing. I'm talking about Talia Santos, but she was a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu who's not that experienced on the ground, all things considered. And she was able to rout her on the ground for various portions of that fight. So it's like, for me, yeah, I have to agree that, I have no money on the fight. I have no money on Grasso, but just in terms of like ways to look for Valentina to fall off this ledge, it's like, yeah, I mean, she just got out grappled her last fight by a blue belt. So very possible she gets submitted at some point in her career.
Dude, Liam makes a great point because I remember this space a year
And
ago
thank you, Liam.
during that fight week. I remember that fight week, and Wes was actually on Santos. And all of us were like, bro, you're fucking crazy. You're out of your mind. There's no way. He broke it down like word for fucking word, like to a T, dude. I remember that. And then when the fight was going on, I'm sitting there watching, going, holy shit, bro, Wes is right. And then they jobbed on the decision. And I remember, like, you guys were all clowning it, and I'm like, hey, man, as far as I know, you read that right 100%, man. Good
Yeah,
shit.
I will say this:
Because I thought he was off his rocker for that.
there was no voice. I mean, there was no one touting or repping for Tyler Santos more than Liam on Twitter. I seen him throwing that shit all over Twitter, bro. So he was definitely on that shit. I recall it from my own experience.
But don't y'all think Valentina too smart to get sub though? Like that actual sub, not like just getting grapple fucked, but actually somebody getting the sub. I think her IQ too high for that.
It seems like all it takes is one titty to pop out and the sub's in.
That's the new MMA meta. Take out a titty and go for the sub.
Bro, listen, she is not subbing Valentina. I'm gonna wrap this talk up. I'd let you guys fantasize about this for like 5 or 6 minutes now. Like this is
You
fucking
don't want the
fantasy
truth.
talk. I
Yo,
Plus
listen,
800.
I like the conversation. This is
yo,
a space.
Alexa
So
Grasso via titty armbar.
bro,
Bruh.
Sign me up.
When Alexa Grasso is in the crucifix getting her ass whooped, I want all of you guys to tag me with clapping hands, please. Just tag me with
Me
clapping.
too. Me too.
That would be great. I'm gonna lap that fight out because that's 15 minutes, and then even for the main event and co-main events, that is the limit around here.
Oh,
Uh,
God. Here we go. Here we fucking
actually,
go.
That
I
limit
don't
about to
have
be broke.
much. I don't have much. John Jones versus Surreal Gone. Tail of the tape. John Jones, 6'4", Surreal Gone, 6'4". John Jones, 84 inches of reach. Surreal Gone, 81 inches of reach. I mean, that is significant reach that Surreal has. If he wasn't fighting John, he would probably have the advantage. I mean, the stats are so slanted to say John landed at 3.4 significant strikes per minute and Surreal lands at 5.1. Like, John was fighting light heavyweights. It was 3 years ago. I get it. I will say my take on this fight is that everybody talks about the speed difference. Surreal Gone will be no faster than any of the light heavyweights that John recently fought. I mean, if you want to handpick one and be like, he's faster than this guy, oh, okay, fine. But rule of thumb, he's not faster than those light heavyweights, so it's not going to be something that John hasn't seen before.
Your bias is showing.
Um, so, anyway, sorry, my glasses. Yep, glasses fell off. Fuck you guys and your laughy faces that are coming. I knocked my glasses off and had to put them back on. The games, I think the stand up, I don't think anybody has an advantage, if I'm being honest. I'm a big John fan, whatever. They both use the same kick, surreal, they both use similar stance. Maybe not. We don't know what John's going to stand like now. I don't see a real edge for anybody in the stand up. Offensively, defensively, John has a huge advantage in the stand up. At least with the hands anyway. The kicks I'm not sure on, but the hands defensively, he has way better defense. Takedowns, John is favorable. Ground control, John is favorable. Not being a John Mark, it's a lifetime of grappling, a lifetime of high level grappling, and then even in MMA out grappling high level grapplers. Yeah, I'm on John Jones on this fight all day. Everybody here knew that. Sergey Pavlovich is slated to be the official backup for the main event. He will have to weigh in, and he must hit the heavyweight mark to be eligible if something does happen to each fighter. John Jones and Ciryl Gane have been indirectly going back and forth through the media. If you follow that, it heats up a little bit. John Jones made the comment that he doesn't agree that Ciryl Gane is the most technical kickboxer he's ever fought.
That's bull.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how much I agree with that. I hope as a guy on John that John is not overlooking Surreal's kickboxing. But I have paid a lot of attention to this fight. I've watched all the behind the scenes shit. And not, as a fan, yeah, but looking for stuff too. You can't find a lot on Surreal's camp. You can see his manager dressed up or his coach dressed up on Embedded, and you can see exactly what they portray, that he's sparring people that aren't as big as him and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know how much of that is show and how much of that is they've got a real badass camp that we can't see. I don't know Ciryl Gane saying, I don't like to wrestle, so I don't train unless I have to, unless there's a fight booked. I don't know how real any of that is. It's hard to read, because if it all is all real, it just doesn't even make sense that he's getting ready to fight John Jones. John's camp is fucking real deal. He's got 6 foot plus guys, 300-pound guys all around him. He has big guys on him all the time, laying on him. He has Henry Cejudo there for grappling. He's got nice jujitsu guys there. He's got a fucking super high pedigree camp. And he weighs 250 pounds. He may actually be heavier than Ciryl going into this fight. So that's everything I got, and pretty much everything I think is worth knowing about it. From my point of view, I think Usman was up first, so go ahead, bud.
Yeah, it seems like everybody has pretty much drawn the line and chosen a side, and I'm not trying to go ahead and sway anybody here. I'm just going to tell y'all what I think, and I truly believe like all the mythology stories and stuff from the past, from different cultures and stuff. I think that's all real. I think back in the day there was a Hercules, there was an Achilles. Of course, everything got exaggerated and stuff. I think what we're seeing right now, I like to call them the modern myths of the future. You know what I mean? And we have fucking John Jones, one of the greatest fighters ever, the greatest fighter ever, who has this fucking switch in his head, who thinks the world's against him, who thinks God goes ahead and fucking gives him these trials and tribulations and these tests. And sometimes God does
When he beats
worship
his
or
wife's ass.
give favors to. Yes, sometimes God does favor these creatures that he makes, even if they're not the best people in general. And I was about to bring that up. Yes, fucking he destroyed his family And what did he do? Built a gym inside of his house. This is like Plato's in the caves. This man has been staring at the fire for years now. And call it bias, call it favoritism, call it just me backing the GOAT. I'm with John Jones 100% here, and I think he's going to pull through as this mythological figure who just cannot be beaten in a fight. And that's
Man,
it.
man,
Drop that
Jones
fucking
getting
mic, boy. Drop that fucking mic.
Mikey Bats,
man,
get
Jones
your
about to
2
get beat
minutes.
the fuck up.
All right, man. To me, it just comes down to, I think what we're all trying to do is we're trying to rationalize what he would look like as a heavyweight, because at the end of the day, we have no physical evidence of what he looks like as a heavyweight. You know, we have watched him for the majority of his, well, not majority, his entire career has
We
been
do.
fought at
Picks came out,
205
bro.
pounds. I'm sorry, Hope?
Picks came out, bro.
And
We,
fuck picks.
bro.
There's
No, I'm
2
not talking
hours
about
of
picks. I'm like,
training footage.
we've never seen him fight at that weight. You know, like, and maybe even when he was 20, that was different. I'm talking about like the translation of his athleticism and all his skills, because the advantages that he had at 205 will not be there at heavyweight. However, his fight IQ will translate. The skills that he developed should translate. I mean, he is a Greco-Roman guy. He is capable of tossing people around. So I think that will be the first big advantage that I think he will show against Cyril. But Cyril is also a very established kickboxer. So it'll be interesting to see how their clinch approach will be, you know, because
Yeah, but
Cyril's, yeah.
so what do
I'm
you
sorry,
think
go
of
ahead.
the idea though that, and I'm not going to cut you off, I'm actually trying
It's
to,
fine.
but like, what do you think of the idea that Surreal's not much bigger than the guys John's been fighting? Once them guys rehydrate, they're 230 plus. They are
Yeah.
all 6 foot, 6'3" plus. They're
Mm-hmm.
faster. They're more agile. So like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you, I don't know. You don't think that Surreal is like just kind of measures up to them guys since he's not going to cut
Well,
weight?
it's an interesting thing because, you know, bone density and certain and bone structure is a thing, right? Because he can fight guy like, remember when they tried to build the first fight with Gustafsson around their reach? Where it's like, oh, Gustafsson's like the longest guy he's fought. And then Gustafsson was able to take him down. And then he fought Dominic, who's also like 6'4", 6'5". And that really was interesting. So there is this dynamic where it's like if he's fighting guys his size, he might get, you know, get cause trouble. But Cyril looks a little bit, just a little denser than those two guys. Like we saw Alexander Gustafsson at heavyweight, and even though he's a tall dude, it's like, nah, man, you're not a heavyweight. You know, you're just a tall 205er. You know, you're one of those. If anything, these guys are those cruiserweights. You know, those 220-pound, 6'4" light heavyweights. You know, and when I look at Cyril looks like a legit, like that guy. That guy's not cutting to 205. You know, I would be surprised if he ever did, because I just think he looks a little bit hulkier. You know, and that's what I'm curious to see gets tested. It's like, can John have the leverage, and will he be able to move Cyril the same way he's able to move guys his size? Because he struggled with Gustafsson took him down. You know, Dominic.
Oh, bro,
You know,
come on with this. Everybody with this, Gus took him down, bro. Gus took him
yeah,
down once.
yeah,
Cormier took him down once. This guy's
yeah.
got 26 fights and has been taken down twice.
No,
There's no
exactly. Yeah,
narrative where this guy has
yeah.
been taken down and controlled ever.
Oh, I never. Yeah, exactly. I never
Signature,
said
what
that.
you got? I don't mean to cut you off, but
You
we're,
could.
we're clocking it up. Signature, what you got?
I have a very strong take on this fight. I'm taking Cyril Gane all the way, and here is my argument for Cyril Gane. Okay, I don't think John Jones has ever fought somebody like Cyril Gane. I think he is the best striker that he's ever fought. And also, we have a glaring open question. This is just what I think. I could be totally wrong. Jones put on a solid 35 to like 45 pounds. Okay, when he hits the scale, it's gonna matter. And the pictures that are coming out, the training footage, you know, he looks a little chunky, not that much, but he's got, you know, a good amount of body fat. He didn't put on exclusively muscle. And when you put on that much mass, man, it takes a lot of extra energy and strain on the body to move around that mass. Okay, Cyril Gane is a natural heavyweight, and he's a lean heavyweight, man. This guy, his body fat, you can literally see like outlines of his abs and his obliques. Okay, this guy is 6'5", 240 something pounds, and relatively shredded for his size. Okay, and so he's extremely fast and mobile. I don't need to tell you guys that. And the cardio is a glaring question. I might be totally wrong, but conventional wisdom, it's like it's going to have an effect in the way he fights. You know, I think the best ways that size is going to help him is if he can take down Cyril Gane. I think he's going to be considerably more top heavy, and he's already top heavy as a light heavyweight. But I think it's going to help him even more in the grappling. What else was I going to say? A few other points. So the cardio is a huge issue. We genuinely don't know. We don't know if it stays on the feet, if he's going to gas out after 10 minutes or 15. We don't know. Cyril Gane has gone 5 rounds multiple times. So that's a glaring question. I had a few other points. And also, I don't know, another path to victory for Cyril Gane that I see potentially is, you know, a lot of that mass that John Jones put on is in his upper body, man. It's in his back, it's in his chest, it's in his belly, a little bit in his quads, and it's like he's still got those tiny little calves, and he has to support all that extra weight that he put on, man. And Cyril Gane throws a lot of leg kicks, okay? And if you really,
Bro, his chicken legs are now ostrich legs, bro. Give him a little credit.
bro,
He put on a little
no,
mass
I'm
on his
I'm
legs.
talking about those tiny little calves. And if Cyril Gane really sits down on those calf kicks, man, John Jones has all that extra weight that he has to stand on and carry. And if he really destroys those things, I think he can totally immobilize John Jones. So that's just what I think. I could be totally wrong, but I'm taking Cyril Gane all the way.
Nah, man, you ain't wrong, man. Stop saying that, man. You're not wrong.
You kind of
Just
stepping on my
roll with
points,
it.
brother.
Roll with it, dog.
Average, what you got?
He kind of stepped on a few of my points there. No, it's all good. Yeah, I don't. I'm 50-50 on this fight. I'm not on this fight, but I'm just gonna watch as a fan. I'm super excited for it though. I don't. I think Cyril's live. I think especially early the pace might affect John just because like the 3 years out and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if we're 10 minutes in and John is just exhausted on his stool. Um, um, I watched the Derek Lewis fight back like 2 days ago, and the kicks he was using. I'm very excited to see someone throw the kicks back that John Jones threw at everyone else. I think that's going to be very intriguing. I think Cyril Gane has prepared somewhat for the grappling. I don't know if it's going to help. Like with Francis, he wasn't expecting grappling at all, and that's why I think he struggled a little bit. Honestly, I have no idea who's going to win this fight. I'm just really just looking forward to it as a fan.
So you're telling me that I can get John Jones at a decent number? I'm all over that, bro. Getting him
Cash that shit.
at possibly a plus number, dude. Come on. Value boys. If you're a value boy, you should be jumping all over that shit. You got the greatest of all
Cash
time
that
in
shit.
MMA. In an
Hey, we don't
MMA
use
fight.
that word in this space, Trace. You know better, man.
If
Dude said the V word.
but if you're telling me that you get the greatest, arguably the greatest fighter of all time at plus money, and you're not going to jump on it, at least hedge your bet that way. If you're gonna put some money on Gone, at least hedge your bet back that way with that money. I mean, that way you don't lose nothing. You're taking no chances, really.
Yeah, and I get all passionate about it, right? But like, I actually tried to sit down and look at it, like, because I tried to figure out if I was being biased. Like, I fucking love John. I'm like, all right, bro, this dude is big.
You is, trust me.
Oh wait, sorry.
Okay, but so I looked at it, right, and I said, okay, so what does Surreal have that everybody thinks that he'll beat John with? He's got a jab. Who have you ever seen? And it's not because John's moving. Don't tell me cardio. That's not going to be. Who have you ever seen get a jab off on John Jones?
I just want to say this also. He just got out wrestled, or he got held down by Ngannou. John Jones out wrestles Ngannou every day of the week, bro. Even
Yeah,
on the bad days.
like I said,
Man, no, he
Bro,
he
he
doesn't.
out
honestly was
wrestled
No,
expecting
he
Daniel
that.
fucking
doesn't.
So
Cormier.
just say he can, or he can't hang with him on the feet. Just say he can't. I think he does. I think he tears him up. But just say he can't hang with him on the feet.
But well, hold
He
on. So
has
I want to
he's
say this,
the
bro.
greatest.
So
He can take you down whenever he wants. He took down the most decorated wrestler in the heavyweight or light heavyweight division in Daniel Cormier. He took him down. Like, come on,
a
man.
big
Like
damn
he
man.
has a glaring hole to win. We just saw get used against him against Ngannou. I mean, there's definitely routes other than the striking for this man to win. He's the greatest of all time for a reason.
But did he expect the grappling though? That's what I'm saying. He got out grappled in a fight
Okay,
against a
That's what
okay,
I'm
star.
saying.
that's what
That's
I've
what
had
I'm
my hand
saying.
up. No,
Nobody thought Francis was
that's
going
what
to
I've had
wrestle.
my hand up over here for this whole time.
Go ahead, Usman.
There's literally an interview I saw it earlier today. Y'all can go ahead and look for it because I ain't gonna look for it for y'all. But there's literally an interview after the Ngannou fight, post fight interview, and Gan says we knew he was going to grapple. We knew that was his best chance because we were gonna have a striking advantage. They knew he was gonna grapple. He did not go for a bad IQ ankle lock. He got swept in like jujitsu 101 fucking scissor sweep from Ngannou's guard. He knew that he was gonna grapple. They prepared for it. He has a huge hole in his grappling.
Go ahead and tell him, baby. Tell him what he has to do. Talk your shit.
Man, I just don't see what y'all see, man. I don't think he Jones is powerful like Francis the fucking wrestle fuck Gone, man. Like I hate when people say, "Oh, Gone is live," man. Y'all acting like Gone Jones is not world level above over Gone like that. To be saying, "Oh, Gone's live," like bro, this like 50-50. Like Gone is on his level, bros.
No, okay, he's on his level striking, bro. That's it, though. Like, come on, baby, admit you. I mean, like, that's the problem. Everybody on Gone just wants to completely fucking ignore the fact that if the fight leaves the feet, when the fight leaves the feet, it's over for him, bro.
They
Bro,
tend to
his
Joe. They
own.
tend to
I don't.
forget that a lot of his wins have been amassed over quality wrestlers. A lot of these guys, like not Dan Anderson, but like a lot of guys he's fought are wrestlers that have that wrestling background. Dude, I mean, you're telling me the guy's amassed what 30 fights over his career? You're telling me that, and all the time that he's learned, a guy that has never wrestled before MMA is going to come out here and out wrestle him? Come on, man, get real.
Bro, I don't think he. I don't, man, his rest. I don't think his wrestling
I'm
gonna
not
work on
saying you,
Gone.
baby. I'm just saying I have heard people saying that they think that he can out wrestle John Jones. Which is just he may be able to overpower him. Yeah, sure, he might be able to do that. But technique for technique, John Jones will out wrestle everybody in that heavyweight division except maybe Curtis Blades. That's a fight I'm really
Yeah,
excited
that's
for.
the only way. Like
All
the
right,
technique, he gonna have to like trip him or something. But I don't think his wrestling
that's
gonna
it,
work
though,
on.
bro. That the John Jones strip is nasty. I'm not even being funny. It's fucking
Mm,
And
nasty.
That
unfortunately,
John
John
Jones
never
body
responded.
lock inside trip.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
bro.
John never.
Dad Pick's got his hands up. I ain't trying to cut you off, Trace. Dad been sitting over there in his signature trying to get back in because I kind of cut him off there. Go ahead, Dad Picks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna make a blade, and I'm siding with Jones. I mean, Baby knows this. He's been fucking going at it, up with the chat, the whole, like fucking month. Like, and you know what? I mean, I respect his side. He's staying on it. He's confident. So, I mean, good luck to him. But at the end of the day, I gotta side with the guy that has more ways to win. At the end of the day, John Jones has more ways to win. He could take him down. What do you call it? He's better. What do you call it on the ground? He could sub him. What do you call it if he wants, or he could smash him down with the elbows. Like. I think it's gonna end up going down to the to the ground. It's gonna end up being because obviously Cyril Gane just has no answers. I mean, like you guys said it before. I don't want to regurgitate everything, but Francis did take him down, and once I saw that, I'm like, oh, this is a problem. Like this is not good. And looking back at it,
Off
it doesn't
power
age
though.
well.
Off power though.
Okay, all power. What do you call it? John Jones was a fucking college wrestler, bro. Collegiate wrestler, bro. He was top, bro. Like top, like in his college, bro. What makes you think that what do you call all that power that Francis did? What do you call with the shitty, takedown that he did? What makes you think that John Jones, who has the technique, who is what do you call it? Trained like his whole early life for that. What makes you think he won't be able to secure it just because Surreal has
Man,
muscle? I'm not gonna just go off just the muscle, just the power. I'm not with that, bro. At the end of the day, it relies on technique. It relies on just going through it. Like, fuck, man. This is just it just screams Jones. This spot
shit,
just
that
screams
technique
Jones.
wasn't working on his last few fights, so I'll tell you that.
Man,
Who?
so against Reyes,
Yeah,
Ray is
who, bro?
bro.
Ray
Usman
is
has the
Ray is
perfect.
uh what's his name? What's his name? Santos, whatever his name is.
You
Gabi
mean
Santos.
breaking a record on Dominic Reyes' takedowns? Because he's the only person to ever get Dominic Reyes down twice.
Thank you, man. Thank you. So yeah, like it just goes to show you, bro. Like, I mean, you could side with what you want, bro. I respect it, but at the end of the day, bro, this is just screams John Jones' spot. I mean, I might not even bet it at the end of the day, but if I do, I'm gonna be holding John Jones on my ticket. So
See, that's what I'm saying, man. Like you're not even confident in Jones. Like, man, come on, you're not
it's
even
not
betting him.
that, bro. I just
I
don't.
knew people. I knew. Can I just say I knew people were going to be arguing about this fight. I just knew.
Oh yeah, we're only giving it a couple more minutes here. Signature, go ahead.
I'm
What's up?
just saying,
Yeah.
if y'all not confident, bet on it, man. Don't miss the opportunity.
What's up?
He said signature, not D baby, D baby.
All right. So basically,
Fuck you,
I just
Andrew.
I think it's interesting that Gain actually opened up as a slight favorite, -130, -150. I don't know if you guys saw this post by Haymakers that 88% of the betting public
No, he
didn't.
opened as a fucking. He did not open as
He
a
opened as
favorite.
he did. As a matter of fact, he opened as a slight favorite, and then the public, 88% of the money is now on John Jones, and now it reversed the line, it flipped the line. So I just want to make that comment that I think it's interesting that the bookies were actually leaning Gain. So that's point number one, and point number two, I don't know. I just feel like Gain is preparing for the rest. I don't know, man. I don't know. That was he wasn't. What in?
The
Spit it
opening
out, man.
What
odds,
Spit
the
it out.
opening odds were John Jones -165, Surreal Gone +135. It swung because of the public to Surreal, and then it swung back to John. We've had this debate in heated discussion in our space.
Just saying, 3 months of wrestling practice is not going to be enough. What do you call it for a lifelong? What do you call it? Experience in
Who's
grappling
been
wrestling.
inactive for 3 years?
Okay, your point.
Yeah, I have a
He's
question
been
for all the
arrested
Gone
twice in
backers.
those three
All right,
years,
all right,
though.
all right, all right, all right. Listen. We're all getting bitter. This is this has got John Jones, to my surprise, has got to be the one fighter that turns this space on everybody. All our regulars, I mean, bro. We're except D Baby. D Baby's over there like, fuck y'all. And he's got we got 5-6 people from the chat in here getting heated, bro. Listen, we're gonna find out on Saturday. Surreal Ghana is a really big fighter. He is a really good fighter. There's no question about it. But we're gonna find out on Saturday. We
Bro,
are.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I'm on the Jones side, but when Signature first spoke about Gon, all the points that he made about his size and his weight and the strength and stuff, dude, I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty compelling argument, man.
Oh, it was. And then I chopped him up, and then 3 other people chopped at
Yo,
him,
yo,
and
yo!
then
Hold
D
up,
Baby
hold up,
tried
hold
to
up,
defend
hold up.
him.
Hey, we got a
Listen. I
fresh.
took out my AirPods. You did not chop me up, sir. Please defend your position respectfully. Go ahead.
He called you,
Yeah,
sir.
I got a question. Like, would anybody be shocked because we know that John Jones coming off a layoff, new weight. Does anybody not see like there's a possibility that he could lose pretty bad because he's coming off a layoff on a new weight versus someone that's as big as him, is
This
maybe not stronger and faster.
Bro,
this is what I've been
that's
saying.
what I'm saying, bro. 3 years
Like
is
if
a
they really,
long time.
that's what I'm saying. And the thing
He's
is, if they
never
really
taken
wanted to,
3
He
years
been
off.
training though.
bro, if they would have said like he came back for like a Stipe, a Derek Lewis, say like he got a couple fights in, then be like, oh man, this is a. But the fact that he's coming off a layoff and like we seen what happened,
Guys, you're acting like it's a real
it
layoff.
is a
He's
real layoff.
literally has
Hey, bro,
trained
ring rust,
for
bro. You
bro.
just,
Can I
So
just
the
point out the
greatest
fact he's
fighter
been
of all
arrested
time,
twice in those
bro,
2 years?
any,
the greatest fighter of all time trains for 3 years nonstop with clearly knows what he has to do, and it's a layoff. That's just not realistic to me, bro.
that's what I'm
When
saying.
Amanda Nunes took a year off to come back and fight Cyborg, everybody said this bitch is dumb. This bitch is gonna get knocked out, and she fucking destroyed her,
Okay, but
bro.
here's the thing:
John
3 years
Jones.
off is a lot compared to one, and he's going up a weight class against someone, and we saw what
Yeah,
his last fight was. Let's not act like he won that so clear that,
Against someone that is 12 pounds heavier than his last
bro.
opponent.
I'm telling you right now, like if he loses bad or say, I wouldn't bet like so confidently, like say bet 1,000. I'm telling you, bro. I feel like Khan is gonna make it like pretty. He's gonna beat him. Just because, like I said, it's a new weight class. John is like I said. I don't know. I'm not gonna say John is washed, but like, bro, he's coming up in a new weight class, and like in his performance versus Reyes, bro, it's not like let's not forget that wasn't his best performance, and Reyes was like pushing him around, and
Yeah.
Khan is way better than Reyes. I'm just saying, bro, it's a new weight class. Remember, like if he could have fought a Derek Lewis, we could have seen like what he looked like. Like we haven't seen him at heavyweight. You gotta remember, like he what
Dominic Reyes had 0 minutes of control time.
that's not true because he won rounds and he
It
look
is
at the
true. I'm
takedowns.
looking at UFCstats.com right
What do you
now.
Okay,
where
like I
what is it
said, bro,
what
bro.
does that have to do with anything? Reyes outstruck
Okay,
him
that's
pillar to
fine.
post.
That's fine. Bet the house on
He got
Jones.
no
Bet the
takedowns, no
house on
control
Jones, and he
time.
loses. We'll come back and say what happened.
I assure you, we'll be here next Tuesday to hear all about
Yeah,
it.
I'll
This
be here.
space will probably be on fire next week, bro. There's this is a heated fight.
So I just want to touch on this real quick, Joe. He was talking about ring rust. Dominic Cruz has been on record saying, which is Dominic Cruz.
Yeah, bring that up. Talk that shit.
Grain of salt, but he has talked about ring rust is not a real thing. That's a mindset. You're not going in there and you're like, oh, I haven't fought in so long, I forgot how to fight. It's a mindset. You go in there and you either get the jitters again, like it's your first fight again, or you go in there and you feel at home. It's your mindset.
Hey, who's
How
that?
long was Mike Tyson in prison? Does anybody know?
Yeah, but
Nah.
bro, he came back and fought like a. Let's be honest, you know about like
Bro,
bro, he didn't fight.
that fight, listen,
He has
yo,
come back from
And was it?
multiple layoffs
listen,
throughout his
No,
I'm
no,
career.
a
but he
Bro,
doesn't fight. He's
come
not.
on, man.
yo,
Man, yo,
Tuivasa almost took Gon to the fourth round. Bro. This dude was accelerated to the top so that Dana could
okay.
fabricate some bullshit story about the gyms for France. Dana literally was at the press conference saying, even Vince McMahon couldn't have scripted it this good. Bro, he was pushed to the top.
Oh
He
my
is
God,
not
bro.
as good as people think he is, bro.
No, I disagree. I gotta ask you, who's that dude at Bantamweight? What's his name? I forgot. The guy that was on a layoff. We seen how he looked like he had a Hall of Fame performance. Remember what's his
Yeah,
name?
but we've also we've
God.
seen John Jones come back multiple times from long layoffs and still
I
win
mean, a
fights.
year, like, yeah, but I'm telling you, what's that dude's name? The one that popped and lost to Cejudo came back and like you literally
T.J.
seen how,
Dillashaw.
yeah,
He
yeah,
fought. He fought. He
that's what
fought with a.
he fought with
He,
one shoulder.
he fought with a
it's
Yeah,
dislocated
like,
shoulder
that's
that
not
came
a
out
fucking
20 times in
comparison.
camp. So he went into that fight just to get a fight so he could get his shit fixed because I think it was Said Jakub, or I forget who came in and was telling us
Yeah,
about it.
Saeed Jakub
They
told us
fight
that.
just so they can go there to get their shit fixed.
Yeah,
Basically,
so
they're just
now his whole shoulder is paid for by the UFC.
okay.
Saeed
I'm
Jakub.
just saying, like, people are so confident that he's gonna win that God is just. I'm just saying, it's gonna be hilarious if you feel. Just bet your house on it,
been the same show and pony show for years now. John Jones, everybody, this next guy's coming, this guy's gonna beat him. John Jones does John Jones. Go
yeah.
ahead, Usman, what you got, bro?
With Juice, right? Juice up the gills too.
Got
Go
that
ahead,
Captain
Usman.
America juice.
Let's
Man,
go.
listen. Oh, fuck that. Oh, fuck that. They just changed the rules. So now John didn't cheat. So now what? So now give that man back his title defenses, give that man back his fucking W's. They changed the whole fucking rules. They said, you know what, a picogram isn't even cheating. We don't even know where that shit comes from. That shit's popped up on like 5 people now, and we can't figure out where the fuck it comes from or catch anybody cheating. So we're gonna change the fucking rules. So on that juice is some bullshit. John just got fucking cleared of all that, so I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. Mm-mm.
Go ahead,
At,
Usman, what you
at
got?
the
Crickets.
time, it was
Matt,
cheating.
Fucking
two,
crickets for a reason.
two, two things that I want to bring up. The fucking gun backers keep on bringing up, and it's like,
Hey, Usman,
oh,
pass it the signature when you're done, bro.
up to a new weight class, up to a new weight class. Dog, he was weighing 238 pounds already, just cutting down to 205. Fucking
Yeah.
everybody's talking about like, oh, he put on 70 pounds. The dude's at 350 now. It's like, dude, he's probably just gonna weigh in at like 248 pounds, 254 pounds. It's not gonna be anything crazy. I don't think that at all. And then another thing I keep hearing is like, oh, but John ain't never seen anything like Gon. John ain't never seen anything like Gon. Gon has fucking 24 fights total, Muay Thai and MMA. He ain't never seen nothing like John Jones. It's gonna be real funny when he's looking in that mirror and being like, oh shit, this guy throwing obliques back at me and leg kicks. Oh, he can strike from range. Oh, now he's mid-range throwing elbows. Oh, now he's getting real gritty in the clinch. Like, everybody's talking about, oh, John Jones ain't seen God. John Jones ain't seen God. He's fought strikers. He's fought wrestlers. He's fought everything. So what? This guy's a little fucking athletic. He can fucking dunk a basketball. Big whoops. I'm talking about mental. When they're talking about fucking ring rust and mentality, John Jones has that mentality.
Well,
When y'all
shit,
talking
man.
about being away for 3 years, yeah, I said he fucking turned his house into a gym and he's been staring at those flames for the past 3 years.
Well, bet your house
Literally
then
the
change your
knuckles.
life. Go change your
Hey,
Right.
life so you
as
can.
as my boy, baby says, 50K,
Yo.
50K.
All I know, if he
Yeah, go ahead, Signature. Go.
Uh, sorry, were we still in the John Jones Cyril Gane fight?
Oh,
I bet.
bro, come on, man.
Bro,
Yeah,
What
listen,
the fuck?
I was
Does
doing
the
some.
hand
I
system
listen.
was
even
doing
work
something. I'm
anymore? I've been
sorry.
sitting here for like 10 minutes.
Hey, listen,
I was
listen,
doing
listen,
something. I'm
listen.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Listen, we're gonna go in circles on this fight, guys. Listen, we are gonna go in circles.
Joe, man.
So
Joe, you
what
rich,
I
man. Change your life, Joe.
Listen,
You
all I'm
rich.
what I
saying
would
is that
like to
You
say,
better.
baby,
listen,
if you ain't
that's
all
betting
a
enough to
house.
change
all I
your
want.
life on Gone, if you ain't betting enough to change your life on Gone, baby, that argument ain't shit. I love you, but that argument ain't shit. If you
All
Listen,
I
ain't
know,
Nah,
betting
listen.
the
enough
All
to
difference
all
fight
I'm
is.
that
saying.
you
Nah,
bet
hold
on,
on, hold on. Let me
okay.
Listen,
talk. Hold on, let me talk my shit real quick. The difference
Okay.
is I'm not confident on either side. I don't think either's a lock, but
yo, this is the last thing I'll
y'all think
say.
it's
Okay,
Jones a
if
lock.
Cyril
Yo,
Gane,
hold up. Get off the
he can't
spaces.
hear D
Thank you.
baby is the problem.
uh,
He can't hear him. Signature, you can't hear D baby. You got to leave and come back. You can't hear people.
Yeah, I got a question. So credit to whoever wins, right? So if God smokes him, I don't want to hear, oh, the layoff affected him, the weight affected him. Full credit. So no excuses, right? Because we said the layoff is a mental thing, right?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, with the narrative. I'm just saying, dog. I don't want to
A
hear,
hundred
oh,
percent.
Bro,
A
do you
hundred
come in
percent.
this space? This
no,
ain't,
Well,
not.
it depends how he beats him.
No,
bro.
no, no, because I'll give full credit to whoever, but like D Baby said, I'm not confident betting the house on either one. But the only guy I would have bet was Francis Ngannou. But other than that, like it's just like I don't know, man. I'm not so sure this guy. I know it's 50-50, but like you said, I would lean towards Gane, but I ain't betting the house on neither one of the motherfuckers because, like you said, I don't know. Anything could happen. One motherfucker pulls out. Like I said, it's a lot of shit that I wouldn't.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Liam.
the only
Hold
difference,
up, guys.
Joe.
Hold up. Liam, you still on here, brother?
You know it, dog. I'm
Hey,
just
man,
sitting in the
I would love
background
to
as I
hear
get
your
my
take.
fucking little nighttime snack going. What's up?
I would love to hear your take on this. You've been quiet this whole time. What you got? Who you got on Ghani Jones?
So, in terms of an official pick, I haven't really made my official picks. I kind of let the week materialize as I do that. But just to give you my top line thoughts on the matchup, I think that John Jones is an extremely talented fighter. I think he's really dangerous. Do think that the move to heavyweight presents some unknowns. One of the things I always talk to people about is like just because you don't see it doesn't mean it can't happen, right? Like just because you haven't seen it yet doesn't mean it can't happen. Oftentimes, I try and get on the other side of old champions, things like that. Like I'm looking to be, what I should say is I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to take a faceplant L and plant my flag and hope for the best, right? That's
Talk
kind of
that
what we're
shit.
doing here. So now that being said, right? John Jones at plus money, I probably would have jumped all over that. I hesitated when I saw it because I thought that, recency bias is a real thing in this sport, but it works in both ways. And I think that most people remember seeing John Jones at a stage in his career when he wasn't really trying very hard. I did not feel like. I did not think we were getting his best effort. And I also didn't think he was on drugs. So I want to find out this week by doing more investigation if I think he's on drugs. If I think he's not on drugs, I think there's a 0% chance I'll bet him. Because I think that when he looked like he was at an all-time best, I thought he was clearly on drugs, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of guys are on drugs. That's just, again, a personal thing with me, but I think that Gane is talented. I think that there's no doubt about that. Like, the guy is extremely long with his strikes. He's fast for a heavyweight. He's snappy with his attacks. His kicks come from awkward angles. I think that Jones probably will be a little reticent, to engage with him at distance. So I think John, it basically comes down to me. If John pursues takedowns and gets them, I think this fight looks one way. And if he doesn't, I think the fight looks a completely different way. So John, if you wanted to point to a flaw in his like body of work long term, it's that he's a cocky piece of shit and he thinks he could fight anybody any which way and win. And I am a little bit concerned for him here that he will approach Gane in whatever way Gane wants to fight and it'll end up costing him. But I think that if John fights a really smart fight, he could look like a dominant hindsight favorite because I do think the Ngannou footage looked very suspect with Gane's wrestling, especially like somebody mentioned, he said after the fact he expected him to wrestle and still got out wrestled pretty summarily at points in that fight. And Francis Ngannou was on one knee, like coming off like a surgically or a knee in need of surgical repair, let's say, and he was still able to take him down. I think that John, technique for technique, should be the better wrestler. The question is, does he have enough requisite physicality to take him down? I think the answer is yes, but I don't think it's easy. I think in a larger octagon, it's going to create more opportunities for Gane to try and skirt away with footwork. So I think in the early going should be a competitive fight, but I think that if Jones is able to get takedowns at any point, it'll change the complexion of the fight. I'm just not sure how aggressive he'll be looking for them. And I'll tell you what, guys, at 35 years of age, guys will come out looking shop worn sometimes. John Jones, I think, is above that because he's one of the best fighters I've ever seen. But, just the idea of a fighter coming out looking completely different 3 years later at a new weight class, that is a live possibility. So I think that Baby and the people raising that as a possibility. I don't think it's a high percentage outcome, but do I think it's something that we have to take into account when we're talking about betting on, real money? Absolutely.
Well said, brother. I really like that. Go ahead, Average. What you got?
So I was just gonna touch on a comment. I think it was you, Trace, that said that ring rust isn't like real. It's a mindset. Well, if you
I
look
can't
at
speak. I
John,
can't speak on that, but I have Dominic Cruz has been very vocal about that point. Yeah, he thinks
yeah,
it's a
you're the
real
one who
mindset.
said it. That's what I'm saying. But if you look at John
Yeah.
Jones, you're the one who brought it up. I'm just saying, like, if you look at John Jones, he's he's always confident in himself, right?
Wait a
I
minute,
mean,
isn't
look at what,
yo, my bad, my bad. I didn't mean
Go
to
ahead,
interrupt.
Average.
like he just he's he's like people say he's a narcissist. I mean, come on, like he is so confident in himself. It's not funny. So if I don't, I know I did bring up the fact that the timeout might play a factor, but like maybe it won't. I honestly don't know. But my question is to you guys: does this go the full 25?
I
More than
mean,
likely, in my opinion.
over the last few years, John Jones fights have gone to decisions. So I mean, if you were going to bet, I would say it'd be fair. But I mean, you never know. Does he have power up there? Is he able to put somebody away? How good is Gane's chin? I mean, other than Tyler Tuivasa, really haven't seen him been hit cleanly like that before. And he did say he went out when he got hit like that. So I don't think John Jones has one hit power, but I mean he's more than capable of putting somebody out with a head kick, as we've seen with DC. He put him on wobbly legs and kind of pounded him out from there.
Yo, what happens if Ghana all of a sudden stops him in the fifth round? What do you think the odds would be? Like fifth round stoppage? Like say
Depends
he's
on how
getting
that fight's
dominated.
going.
Say,
If
say
you can
he's
bet it
getting
live or not.
dominated. And Ghana out of
Listen,
nowhere just goes
listen.
boom.
We are at 40 minutes on this fight. We're done with it. That's
Hold
it.
on, Joe. I got one more
No,
thing.
no, no, no.
Please, please, please,
Damn.
please. Come
No,
on,
bro.
Joe. It's about you,
You
bro.
got my
It's
man
about you.
begging. Go ahead, Joe. Let him have
40
it.
fucking minutes,
It's
baby. What
about
you
you. Come
got,
on,
bro?
man. Cause you
Come
try to,
on.
you try to call me up. Why I ain't got like a bet on Ghana to change my life. See, the difference is, man, I can see it for both sides. Y'all making it one side like Jones is a lock. That's all I'm saying. Like That's
Thank
hard.
you, man.
Okay,
I'm enjoying this
very
victory
fair.
like I enjoyed Islam's victory against Oliveira,
Very
man. I
fair.
can't wait.
But here's what I got to explain to you guys that have not been around long enough to really understand John Jones. Okay, I'm gonna do this in 45 seconds, and we're gonna move on. We have heard this for the last 10 John Jones fights. Every fucking thing that is being said, except for the going up in weight class. Before it was the size. Now these guys are John's height. Now these guys are John's reach. Now these guys are John blah 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 blah. Cardio will not be an issue for John because John never gets going. John doesn't get going. He doesn't spend energy. He's not going to all of a sudden go out there as a heavyweight and be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to jump around like a fucking moron. He's going to go out there. He's going to stand almost still and wait for Surreal Gone to move around. And then he is going to counterstrike him. And then when Surreal Gone gets close, he is going to put him against the cage. There is no question about that. And then there will be a question of whether or not Surreal Gone can survive from that point on. It's not a shot. Bro, we have heard this literally like if you have been a John Jones fan, bro, you have heard this until forever. It's not an issue for me of is Surreal Gone good enough to catch John Jones? Yes, he is. Everybody here, I said it. Yes, he is. The problem
Okay
is
then. Thank
the
you.
problem is the problem is the out of the words of John's last 6 opponents, straight out of their fucking mouths. John never lets you get started, so you can't hit him. John never lets you hit him. John never lets you get moving. Now, I know you could say Surreal Gone is different and John's never seen nothing like him, but here's the truth. John Jones became unmotivated at 205 because the entire division trained their entire careers to fight him. John Jones goes up to heavyweight. Half of them guys have trained their entire fucking career to fight him. I've been saying this since this space started. John Jones just said it in a video 2 weeks ago. You can go find that video where he said that for you guys. So that's the truth. So now you're telling me some guy who hasn't spent his whole career training for John Jones is magically going to come in and get the upset, bro? No, that was Vitor Belfort. That was fucking Lyoto Machida. That was, bro, there's a whole rack of guys that was already, bro. I've heard all of this before. So for all you guys that are actually betting Surreal Gone, I wish you the same luck that I wish anybody betting cash. But if you're not betting it,
I don't
5
need no
fucking minutes
luck.
into this.
Oh man, all I know is D Baby. If Gon pulls through, man, D Baby is gonna be talking that shit.
D baby gonna talk his shit whether he win or not. Come on now.
Can you boys still hear me?
Yeah.
Man, the space just reconnected the connection. That was really weird, and it didn't kick us. So that's pretty cool. I'm gonna lap that fight out, boys. Everybody in here, if you bet it, I hope we all cash. I don't think Surreal Gone is a smart bet. If you get him at plus money and you believe in him, fucking take it. Don't bet your house on it, man.
Watch it be another draw.
Don't bet your house on it. Listen, if it goes to the scorecards, John Jones wins. I'm sorry. You don't have to believe in the rig. You don't have to believe in the fix. You don't have to believe in any of that. This is the UFC. If this is Las Vegas, Nevada. If that fight goes to the scorecards, John Jones wins. If it looks like Surreal Gone beat him, John Jones wins by split decision. If it looks like Surreal didn't beat him, John Jones wins by unanimous decision. I have never called a fix. I have never called a rig. I have never said that. You guys, we've been doing this for almost a year. If that fight goes to the scorecards, Surreal Gone can walk the fuck out of the arena. That's my opinion. Wholeheartedly, that is my opinion on that.
They do the same thing in the video cam too. Apparently, you can't beat John by decision.
Damn, he a god, huh?
Signature, you got your hand up, bud. You're not about to start this fight back up, are you?
Yo, let's talk about the co-main event. Did you guys already go over that?
Yeah, for 20 fucking minutes. All right, listen. So it's getting late. It's East Coast here. we got a few things we do around here. Roster watch. Few fighters got dropped. Lena Landsberg, we all know she retired. She's officially dropped from the roster. I told you guys she retired last week. Jordan Wright was dropped from the UFC roster. Jose Johnson was dropped from the UFC roster. Zabiria, who got fucked in his last fight, was dropped from the UFC roster.
And where's the big one?
Jaw dropped to me. Darren Till was dropped from the UFC roster about probably 6 hours ago now.
You're all getting it. You're all wait. No one's getting it. Shit.
Just for Andrew, PFL picked up undefeated lightweight prospect Elvin Espinoza after his week 4 fight. They picked up Davis DeRay Yanez after a week 5 fight, and Caitlin Neal. I couldn't find that she actually got a contract, but she says she's going to be the face of PFL. That's the whole roster watch for this week. Out. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. BKFC will pay the most. So we'll go. Maybe 2 weeks. I don't mean to sound like I can't remember, but I just can't recall at the moment. UFC London, Daniel Rodriguez is out. Brian Barberena steps in to fight Gunnar Nelson. Man, I really like Brian Barberena, but I just can't seem to care when he fights. Am I the only guy?
I mean, I liked him until the Robbie Lawler fight. So you can't beat up Robbie like that. Screw you.
Yeah, I feel you. That's just the diehard MMA fan and you
Who?
dying piece by piece.
What fight are we talking about?
Robbie Lawler. Robbie Lawler was
No.
winning that fight, and then he beat him.
What fight are you talking about?
So Daniel Rodriguez is out of UFC London, and Brian Barberena is stepping in to fight Gunnar Nelson.
Oh, okay, Barberena. Okay, I thought you said Brian. Whatever his name is, Boom Kelleher.
No. Curtis Blaze will fight Sergey Pavlovich on April 22nd, UFC Fight Night, to be announced where.
Is that the main event?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. That's man, that's a fight I'm crazy excited to see, actually, bro. If Sergey can put Curtis down, man, I want to see that guy get a shot. I don't know that he's got the tools for John if it's John up there, but fuck, I like Sergey, man. I know a bunch of guys in here think that he's a fade, but I like the dude. Whatever.
Kind of curious they didn't. They must have offered it to Curtis, and he probably couldn't make weight. I can't imagine them just skipping over Curtis like that. But then again, they might.
Who's that?
For Pavlovich to be the backup, I'm surprised Curtis isn't Curtis like number 2 or number 3.
To be honest, I think Curtis is like maybe the guy that wouldn't take it. I don't know why, bro. I feel like he's just the guy that probably wouldn't take it.
Razor blades, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Why
think
you
he'll
would,
be
man?
into
You get
either.
paid for it.
He looks like a guy that wants his own fight. To be honest,
Camp.
I really like Curtis, man.
Me too. I like Curtis a lot, bro. I don't think Curtis would be the backup fighter. I don't think he would do it. I don't know, man. It's just my read of him. I've watched a lot of his interviews. I like the guy. I don't think he would. I think it's a camp thing. I don't think it's a pride thing, bro. I don't. I think Curtis really, really, really believes in being prepared, and I think preparing for those two guys is very different. And I don't think. I don't think he would do it, man. I could be wrong. I don't think he would. It's just my opinion. It doesn't mean shit. It's just my opinion. April 29th, Cody Brundage versus Rodolfo Vieira. I'm not real.
Adolfo, man.
Adolfo Vieira.
Yeah. There you go. Rodolfo Vieira. He's 8-2 in the 3-2 in the UFC. 8-2 in MMA. Cody is 2-2 in the UFC, 8-3 in MMA. I like Cody, so I'm team Cody on that fight. Blind into it just because I like him. Yeah, is what it is.
You said Brundage in him?
Yeah.
Oh man, I think Vieira strangles that dude.
That's an
Come on, bro.
interesting
Fuck
fight.
off. I just said I like Cody, man.
All right, man. I mean, Cody hugs him.
That's an
Fucking
interesting
love
fight.
crazy.
I am curious to see if Brundage will take him down. Well, I mean, because that's what he does. But I'm curious to see if he wants to go down there with him.
Well, yeah, I don't know. We can't break that one down right now. I don't know.
That'll be a fun fight, man.
Yeah. Losa will fight Josh Quinlan on 29th, and Emily Ducote will fight Poliana Vienna on the 29th. Yeah, I don't.
Good scrap.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it. May 6th, it's official. Dariush versus Charles. I'm fucking pumped, man.
That's gonna be a scrap and a half.
Yeah. So
I'm happy for Benny.
I won't bet that fight. Won't do it. I'm a huge fan of both guys. I think Benny is the best in the division.
I thought it was Charles. What
Bro,
happened?
I fucking love Charles. Fuck, bro. I think Benny is the answer for anybody. I've said that for a while, bro. I even when Charles was up there at the top, I even made comments about I just don't want him to fight Benny. Like, bro,
I'll be
Yeah,
honest, man.
honestly,
I don't know who wins that fight. That's a fun fight, though, for sure. I don't know who wins, but sign me up.
I
Charles is
still
in the
think Benny
chat.
can beat Islam. I still
Charles,
think Benny can beat Islam.
He can. I think he can. I think Benny's IQ is what will win that fight for him.
So how did Hernandez beat him then? I'm confused on how he lost to Hernandez though. Like that shit's weird.
That was
Me too. I'm still bitter.
that was his debut fight. I mean, he just came in and clopped him pretty much. I mean, it was a big punch that landed. The dude's got serious power. We didn't know who Aaron Hernandez was before then. That was his debut.
Yeah, I mean that's
Still don't add up though. It still don't add up how we see it now. But I guess
wasn't it counter or like I thought it was a counter overhand or some shit like that.
It was a punch. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've actually seen the fight, but yeah.
What fight?
Hernandez's debut against Benny.
Oh, okay. I got you.
You know, Cowboy son.
The guy with the cliche ass nickname.
Yeah, the guy I call Cowboy son.
Yeah, Alexander the Great. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're just talking about how he lost to Alexander Hernandez in 2018, right? Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fights, 9 fights ago, right? So if you go look at Charles, 2018, he was coming off a loss to Paul Felder and beat Clay fucking Guida. I mean, so like, if we're gonna dig that deep, and that was, let's see, 1, 2,
that was
3.
2016.
What was 16?
Then his to Paul Felder, losing to Paul Felder, right? I thought that was like 2016 or 17.
17, but I'm saying so in 18 when Beneil lost to Hernandez way back then, Charles was just coming off a loss to Paul Felder and beat up Clay Guida, bro. Like it
Charles
was a
wasn't
long
Charles
time
then.
ago, bro. It was 10 fights ago for each of them is my point.
But I swear, if Benil gets the win and doesn't call for a title shot again, I'm gonna scream.
That's not. He said that's not his style. He's not going to call for one. That's just
Yeah,
not
he
who he
won't
is.
do it, bro. Yeah, he just won't do it.
Bro, he just needs to pull a Colby, man. He just needs to go out there and wherever they're at, he just needs to call them all filthy and he'll get a title shot.
Viana Jandaribia. I know I say it wrong, but I know I just can't pronounce it right. I know how it's said.
Chandaroba?
Yeah. Yeah, the one who has the picture on Ariel Hawani's show.
Virna?
Yeah. Jandarobia, right?
Yeah, Verna Jandaroba.
I think it's Jandarobia. I don't know. Anyway, she's fighting Marina Rodriguez on that same card. And Petrosky is fighting Petrosian. I guess
Armin
that'll
Petrosian versus what's his first name? Petrosky.
on Andre
Andre Petrosky.
Petrosky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then Mackenzie Dern, Angela Hill on May 13th.
Imagine
Uh,
Angela wins.
bro, fuck. Don't even talk like that. There's a few other cards on that fight. I'm not going to rattle them off. But Douglas D. Da Silva, Andrade versus Cody Stamen. I like Cody Stamen, so that's pretty cool. I don't know. Mandy Boom is fighting Ji Yeon Kim. They like
That's a
Mandy.
reschedule. That's a reschedule from last week.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is. It just got taken off that card, didn't it? And then May 20th, Vanessa Demopoulos versus Carolina Kelkovich. Fuck, I can't believe Carolina is still fighting, bro. Like, I like
I
her.
think if she loses, though, she's done.
I thought,
Bro, that's a tough. She's facing Vanessa, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough fight for Vanessa, man. I hope Vanessa can get her to the ground. Because if she can't, she's fucking deer in headlights, man.
I still think it's crazy that at one stage Kovacevic was an undefeated second title challenger. How times have changed.
It just shows the evolution of the sport. And for at least for women, for women's MMA, anyways.
Anthony Hernandez will fight Edmund Sabazian on that card.
He's already booked again. Oh no,
Yeah.
Fluffy Hernandez.
And then yeah. And then Abdul. No, wait. Yeah, you're right. Abdul Razak Al Hassan will fight Bruno Fiera on that same card. And then I don't think there's too many people on Bellator here, but there's a few Bellator fights announced. Usman Nurmagomedov will be the face of their lightweight tournament coming up, which is $1 million prize, which he'll probably win. That's why they've
Isn't he
got.
fighting Ben Henderson?
I don't know who he's fighting off rip. I know Brett Primus is stepping in to fight Barnawi, or however you say it. I know that's going down. And then they announced a bunch of cards they got coming out, but they didn't announce fucking fights. Yeah. Dirt sheets, not too much, guys. I just hit the top 5 today this week because I knew the John Jones card would go long. One of the number one things was John Jones is cleared, motherfuckers. That was literally on the list, how I wrote it. Yeah, we already talked about that one, but USADA did change the limits. Yeah, they just determined that that's no longer a reason to be banned. I don't know who, but I do know at least one other person got banned for picograms. I thought it was 2 other people, so they have changed the rules, which does mean that technically John didn't cheat anymore. So I don't know if they will overturn fights. I'm not arguing for it. I'm just saying, like, on paper, that would mean he didn't cheat anymore. So
USADA should be held liable for that, for holding him out for years and not being able to fight. I mean, he's
They
done
probably
plenty of bad
won't
shit.
though because
He's done
the
plenty of
rule was
bad
in
shit on
place.
his own, but like you took some of his prime years from him, man. Give the man his due money. You took money out of his hands, out of his wife's hands in that divorce. So
millions, bro, millions of dollars, millions of fucking dollars. So that's 1. 2. Sorry, boys. Dana White does not favor immediate rematch between Volkanovski and Makhachev. He says Yari deserves the match, and he fucking does. So Get on with it.
Who's Yari?
Yuri.
Yair, fuck off. Yair, whatever, man. I don't want to hear about it. And it
Well,
is
it's better than
Yair.
Alex.
I
Alex
say it
both
wrong.
of us
I
said
say it,
yeah.
but whatever. It's just one of them things. Who's trying to get on the mic here? Somebody already got it. Short of that, we have women's MMA wardrobe malfunctions have become a pretty hot discussion. Does it appears that Jessica Andrade was being honest, but I would like to hear everybody's stance. My stance is that they offer a compression T-shirt that would solve that problem, and you choose not to wear it. I know that maybe it's not fair over to the men or whatever, but you choose not to wear it. So when malfunctions happen in the octagon and there's a result of a fight based on it, I don't feel like it should be overturned. I don't feel like it should be a no contest. Other female fighters choose to wear those shirts. So I don't know. Just my point of view. I'm not a woman. I wish we had a woman on the mic to actually give their point of
Well,
view.
I actually saw a girl's take on it. I don't remember who it was, so I wish I could give her due diligence and holler her out. But she was saying that they should make them more like sports bras, like a high top, not where your cleavage is hanging out. Like bring it all the way up like a t-shirt, but just make it like a crop top, I guess, almost like a sports bra. So you have the complete top with no arms. So basically, what I'm
That
saying?
would
So there's
make
no
good sense.
cleavage. That would stop the whole issue with the shirt getting pulled down because then it's stuck like it's stuck to your body because it's tight fitted.
Yeah, I get it. So basically, just take the shirt that they have and shorten it up as an option. I
No,
It's
mean,
like
the
add
uniform
the top to
provider
it. Add the
that
top to it.
that's a big
so that
problem.
they
The
have a
women after the
compression
fight
tee.
called out Venom in particular.
I have seen some that do have like almost like a turtleneck with the top to them too, with the long sleeves. I believe they're jujitsu stuff. I think is that what you were talking about, Liam?
I'm saying that like Montana De La Rosa said specifically that she thought the Venom fight gear was like very revealing and like she wished that they would change what they were being offered basically because like a lot of like men don't wear shirts when they fight, right? Because it's like kind of a competitive disadvantage. So I understand women not wanting to wear the whole shirt, but
Yeah, she distinctly said because you don't get that skin on skin friction that you need.
Yeah, but you know what? I would
100%
say
in order to
strength
grapple
wise,
effectively.
the compression T-shirts that are available to them, like there's, man, if you know anything about strength and like, man, I don't want to have to go into a big argument about it, but like, there's definitely a strength advantage in wearing a real compression T-shirt. So like, I mean, like, even though there's a disadvantage of losing skin on skin, like, there are huge advantages to wearing compression gear. It was literally, regardless of what anybody says, it became popular because bodybuilders were wearing it. That is not an argument. That's why it became popular in the athletic world, period. So, like, there's a huge strength advantage there. So, like, even though you lose some, you do gain some. I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just saying, like, there are advantages where there are disadvantages is all I'm trying to point out.
West Side versus the world.
100% West Side versus the World, bud. Documentary, if nobody's seen it, it's free on one of the apps. It is 100% worth watching. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
about
it was
bodybuilding.
an awesome watch. Joe actually told me about it, and it was definitely worth the watch. It was good stuff.
Yeah, I only recommend two of them, that one and Icarus. If you want to know what Russians will do to cheat, watch fucking Icarus. There's nothing like it. You won't believe that shit. It'll change your point of view on MMA and Russian fighters and the possibility that they are doping. It's truly, sincerely, and honestly, it will change your opinion. All right, so there's that one, that one, that one. Okay, so the judge says the man accused of molesting Cain Velasquez's son will go to trial. So this whole time, I wasn't clear on whether or not it was his son or his nephew. I know for sure there were some people in this space who said nephew, like not calling them out. Like I know there was some confusion around that, but it was his son. I didn't know that it was actually his son. Former UFC champ Cain Velasquez was in court with his 5-year-old son. who testified before a judge when the judge ruled the molester will stand trial. I
Good.
can't say Gaultier. I can't say his last name, but he's 44 years old. He'll be charged for what happened in February of 2022. That's all great, and like I'm happy, and like it's a really sad story and everything. But I don't know that Kane is free. I think he still has. I think he's just out on like
He's out on
bond.
bail. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
out on bail right now.
yeah, that's what I thought. So he's still facing trial. See in red. Go ahead.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I I thought I read somewhere that the guy that did molest his son, this isn't his first time being accused for something like that, and I've heard that through reading when it like first kind of happened there that it's happened before, and that his like someone in his family like runs a daycare or something like that. So the fact that this is now like it's a high profile enough person like Kane for it to happen to someone in his family, for this to kind of send to trial and kind of finally them to like put their foot down and be like, all right, like I feel like the justice system completely failed in getting this guy behind bars. If that is all true, that this isn't his first time doing something like this, he should have been in bars a long time ago. So I think the trial's probably going to be a pretty easy. Like I don't think they're going to spend a lot of time, the jury will, deciding if he's going to be guilty or not. I think that guy's going to go away for a while, and you better watch the
No,
soap when
he's
he's
as of
showering.
right now. As of right now, he's only being charged with one felony count of a lewd act with a minor under the age of 14.
His
Yeah,
papers are all
that's
fucked up.
disgusting.
Yeah, it's fucking. I agree. That's disgusting. Usman, go ahead.
Call me out if I'm wrong, but I believe that he was molesting the child because he lives in the home of his parents, who his parents run the daycare out of their house. I might be wrong, but that's from what I know.
That's what I was
Something,
getting.
something to that effect. Yes, I know it's something to that effect. It's a shitty situation. I feel really bad for everybody involved, to be honest. Except, not the guy doing it. Like, fuck him. I'm not. Um, yeah, I'm not a guy who sympathizes with any of that shit in any way. I just, for everybody else, it's very sad. It's fucked up that Kane is going to possibly face prison. The shitty part is Kane, from the charges, Kane might do more prison time than this guy will. Like, I don't know. That's fucked up to me. Average, go ahead.
I don't know how like the American legal system works. I barely know how the Australian legal system works. But the fact that this guy is only facing one count of is only facing one felony count is sort of like a red flag to me. The fact that he might actually get off because there's only one count.
Yeah, well, and the thing I'll tell you, Average, and like, please, nobody in here pop off. I'm not trying to be a dick. This is just the real reality. So you have the laws in the United States of America, and then you have California. Everything is done very, very different legally in California. It is not fair to judge what happens in the United States as far as things like this based on what happens in California. It's there's laws there that you can't defend yourself if someone wants to steal your car. You have to let them and shit like that. Like those are laws. Like if you harm somebody, you're in trouble. They needed the car more than you. Like there's a lot of really weird things that go on out in California over like rights. There's a lot of homeless people out there that I don't know. Like it affects a lot of shit very weird, and I'm not defending it. It's just, yeah, I'm not surprised out in California that Kane will probably do more time than this guy. I think it's super fucking shitty, but I'm just not surprised. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. It's just fucking shitty. So last topic I have here before we last one on topic of MMA I have is USADA's list for 2023 so far has been released. Most tested athletes. I'm just going to do the top 5 here. Islam Makhachev, 8. Ariane Christina Christina. Yeah, that is Christina. Ariani Christina, 7. Josh Emmett, 6. Charles Johnson, 6. Yair Rodriguez, 6. Volkanovski, 6. And then it tapers down. 2 people do 5. Nazim Sidakov and Yan Yaonan at 5. And then it's like 25 people at 4. Yeah, I'm not really surprised that Islam's the most tested fighter in the UFC, and he looked gassed in his last fight because he probably couldn't juice because Russians juice. That's my opinion, not the opinion of the space, but that is my opinion. So, yeah, that's probably why he looked fucking exhausted to me. I don't care what you guys say. Francis Ngannou apparently wants to make... Okay, so Francis Ngannou and Deontay Wilder on social media have agreed to fight 1 fight boxing, 1 fight MMA. Chael said Wilder's a coward. They always make MMA fighters go over there or some shit. So Wilder came back and said MMA first is fine. Man, there's no fucking way Deontay Wilder fights MMA against Francis Ngannou. I don't. Even if they do, like, who promotes it? I I don't. Maybe. I don't think it happens. 2 people with their hands up. Average, go ahead, and then seeing red.
I don't know how true this is, but apparently there was like a leak that Francis got offered. Francis wants 30 mil per fight, but there was like this Russian organization or something that only was going to offer him 3 mil a fight, and that was supposed to take place in like a month or something.
Yeah, all that's through Ali Abdelaziz. I got that on here in a minute. Seeing red, go ahead.
Yeah, I think honestly, probably Wilder is a better matchup for Francis than Fury would have been as a pure boxing standpoint, because we already know that Fury could take a punch, and if they're using the normal 10-ounce gloves there, it's going to be harder for Francis to get in between the guard, especially with the guy that has that good of a head movement and is able to evade strikes like Fury is. But at the same time, though, as far as what glove size they're going to be using, I mean, if they're using anything less 8 ounce or less, I mean, I would have to give it to Francis if he's fighting Wilder, because Wilder, I mean, even though he's got the touch of death, if Francis can at least work on evading those strikes and not get clipped, I think it's just a matter of time before Francis does end up clipping Wilder, and you probably see that fight go down in like Saudi or something like that, with some royal prince paying him a shit ton of money just to fight on his fucking private yacht or some shit. So I think that fight is a lot more realistic than Fury and Nagano.
Man, no fucking way. In a boxing ring, Deontay Wilder takes him apart in 2 rounds, 3 rounds tops. He beats the dog shit out of Francis Ngannou's slow, non-boxing ass. Bro, he beat him so bad. I'm not even trying to dog out your pick, bro. There's just, like, there's no fucking way, bro. So you're basically saying that Francis Ngannou could be the second best boxer in the world.
I'm
Because
not saying that. I say that a clock is right 2 times a day, and I mean, as long as if Francis can land without having to worry about stuff in the takedown or worrying about kicks, everything that he's had to worry about in the past, he just has to focus on one specific thing. And if he maybe eats a shot from Wilder and goes, "All right, cool, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be," maybe gets a little bit more confident. I'm not saying necessarily it will happen, but I could see a way that it would probably be more beneficial for Francis to fight Wilder than it would for him to fight Fury.
He ain't surviving that punch. I'll tell you that.
I mean, I guess my only thing, I mean, I understand your point. Like, I'm not going to discount what you're saying. Like, I understand your point. As far as, like, it's a better matchup than Fury. My point is that there are 3 people he seems to be willing to box: Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua. There is no world where he beats Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, or Anthony Joshua, bro, like, I don't know why he has to fight these guys. And then, like, so, man, so he wants $30 million. So a conversation between Ali and a boxing promoter got leaked, and Ali says that Francis is just his friend. He's not his client, but he knows that Francis wants $30 million. Francis's last UFC card did not produce $30 million. I've done
No,
them.
you know why he wants the big fight, right, Joe? He wants it because once you see him box, he ain't gonna box again because he's gonna get tore apart, like you said.
Yeah,
He's
and like
not gonna be competitive, so he wants the big name, so he gets that big Conor McGregor style cash out, and then walk away for good.
Yeah, because the downside to losing to John Jones, and I'm not saying he's afraid to, like, people think like when guys like me say he's afraid to fight John Jones, it means that he's afraid to physically fight John Jones. No, he's afraid of the downside of his value if John Jones takes that belt while he's still under contract with them. I understand what he's worried about. It's a value thing. He's not worried about John is a getting in the cage. Francis gets in the cage with fucking anybody, fine. But he's worried about where his value with the company goes because he wants to prove that he's worth this big, huge dollar. And he's not. Bro, his last pay-per-view did not produce a total of $30 million with the gate, with the pay-per-views, with all of it. They did not break $30 million. Like, so he's basically saying, I want one of the three most popular boxers in the world to sell a a million fucking pay-per-views, because nobody will buy a million pay-per-views from me, so that I can make $30 million. Like, it's kind of fucking dumb. Like, it's kind of dumb in my opinion. Like, go fight MMA, man. Go fucking fight MMA.
Is he in talks at all with PFL or anything like that? Because I heard rumors he was
Yeah, his
eyeing
mom wears
PFL.
PFL's shirts and shit, so he has to be. But like, PFL can't give him that money either. Like, what he's requesting, nobody is going to give him. It's not real. It's not sustainable. It's not. Give all the fighters health care and I'll sign with you, bro. So if you give all the fighters health care, so now they have to retire with health care. The UFC would literally be on the hook for like 2,200 fucking people's health care right now. Maybe more than that. That's maybe more than that. Like, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I don't know. He talks himself out of his own contract. He's not worth $30 million. He's not worth $20 million. I'm sorry. He's not.
No, I
And I only
definitely
say
agree that he's not worth that.
he just can't sell it. Jake Paul says the Nate Diaz boxing match will definitely happen this summer, but but I'm not sure if he said that before or after he lost to Tommy Fury. I don't want to see him knock Nate out because that's what will happen.
It was before.
Okay, so that's probably changed. He has a rematch clause with Tommy Fury, right?
Probably. It would make sense that he would have
Yeah,
one.
I heard them saying that he had a rematch clause if he lost, but Tommy didn't have one if he lost. Clever Jake. Clever Jake.
That Jake did pretty solid though. I give him that. He did pretty solid.
Yeah. I seen like the replays. They both did okay. Like, neither one of them looked like top level boxers, but they did good, man. They did good.
Jake did look like he improved though, just based off like being able to kind of like slip some of the bigger punches and kind of counter off of them. Like I saw him slip a few where he ducking under and coming over with like the left hook and whatnot. So just over like the short period of time, he's definitely improved. But I mean, at the same time though, if Tommy is also improving, I think it could probably go the same way. I don't think he knocks out Tommy or anything like that. I think it still ends up being a decision.
Yeah, me too. Usman, go ahead.
I hate that I gave it this much attention and watched it back this many times, but I have a opposite stance on on that against everybody. I don't think Jake Paul looked good. I thought he looked better against the Anderson Silva fight, and I'll give credit to D Baby. Baby was talking about Tommy live, and Tommy's an actual boxer. I rewatched that back a couple times, and fucking He won that shit with boxing. He won that with footwork. He won that with countering off of fucking Jake Paul's like diving to the body shots. Like, I don't think Jake Paul looked good at all. I felt like Tommy Fury made him look kind of worse than usual.
I mean, cause he an actual boxer though, but I meant like he did pretty solid for like he even got. I mean, I don't know if y'all want to count as a knockdown, but I think that knockdown was legitimate. Like he did catch him with that little stiff, strong jab, and he went down or whatever you call it, the slip. But it looked like a real knockdown to me.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
that's so
yeah,
like
it was a legit knockdown.
I agree with you, Usman, but like I also gauge the fact that like Anderson's not a boxer. Tommy Fury is a boxer. I thought Jake looked as good as I would expect him to look against a C or B level boxer, right? And I'm not dogging Tommy Fury out in any way. Like I thought Jake looked good for who he was actually fighting. I did think he looked good, but like I don't think he looked better than he looked when he was fighting non-boxing ass fighters though.
Okay, yeah, I get that, and I understand it because yeah, it just felt like Tommy beat him with actual boxing. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I thought actual boxing would take him apart, bro. Like that was my thing. I thought as soon as someone with even technique would get in there and just take him apart, and like he did beat him, he beat him, but like he didn't fucking tear him apart. He didn't make highlight reels out of him. He didn't do any of that. So like Jake looked better than I thought he would.
And at the same time, though, as well, I mean, when you look at the Silva fight, I was here in Arizona and I was able to actually go and watch it. I think Silva was just fucking around way too much. He was like backing Jake into a corner and then like just kind of not doing anything with it. Like he was getting the advantage as far as cage work goes, and then just kind of letting Jake slide out of there, and it was
That's
not
typical
work.
Silva, though.
It's typical Silva, but when you're boxing compared to MMA, it's like if you go the distance or something like that, like what happened in the eighth round, Silva got knocked down. That changed the whole fight. I mean, I did have Jake up on the scorecards going into the eighth round, but that just kind of sealed the deal there. He just needed to be way more active for a boxing match in order to kind of take that win.
I don't disagree. I just think Anderson is it's just an issue of him not being an actual boxer, in my opinion. Anyway, we're not going to stall too much on Jake Paul around here. We do a cool little thing for anybody who hasn't been here before. It's kind of like tap in, tap out with DCRC. We just take a couple of questions that I try to find or kind of pick out of headlines, and we do scratch it or bet it. I got 3 of them this week. First one was Francis Ngannou makes $20 million for his next fight. Scratch it or bet it. I scratch it.
Scratch the hell out of that.
Scratch.
Damn, nobody, huh? All right. DC is set to do commentary at UFC 285. DC will do the post-fight interview if John Jones wins.
Bet
Scratch
the
it or
hell
bet
out
it.
of that. Bet
That's
the
Scratch.
it.
hell out of that. Bet the
Rogan's
hell out
there.
of that.
Unless Rogan passes in the mic and kind of like says like, yeah, get in there, but I don't know. It
Oh,
kind of
true.
just depends.
That's true. That would be funny, though.
Man, that shit would be ridiculous. Scratch it or bet it. Sean O'Malley will be the backup fighter for Aljo Henry.
Bet it.
Uh, uh
Scratch.
pro-
He won't do it. He wants his
probably
own.
maybe I don't know because it depends how Jan and Marab goes. But if Marab wins, I don't think Marab would be
Who
a
said
backup.
scratch it? Dead picks?
Yeah, I just think Shao is the type of guy that would want his own spotlight. Going back to that Curtis thing from earlier, you brought up that point. What do you call it? That I was trying to bring up. This is the point I'm trying to bring up for this one. I just don't think Shao would be the type of guy to want to be a backup.
Yeah, I can hear that. He said in an interview that he's considering doing a whole camp right now because that's the only way he would really want to do it. So he's considering just starting a camp up, and putting himself through camp, and that way he could be the backup fighter. Which, I mean, if he can afford it and he can do it, he should. I mean, it's a good position for him to be in, a good spot. Training to fight him is definitely different than either one of them will be training for. And even if they're trying to prepare for him in the back of their head, now they're training for two fighters. He's training to fight a grappler. Yeah, I mean, good luck for Sean. I think good luck for Sean. That's pretty much it. I usually do a closing topic. UFC.com did a piece. Seeing red. Go ahead, bud.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one other little thing there with the O'Malley backup, because when it all kind of depends, because when is Aljo and Cejudo supposed to fight? Is it May?
Yeah.
May. So you got Marab and Jan in a couple weeks here, and then after that you got Sandhagen and Cheeto. Do you think either one of those four fighters that possibly wins, if they win in crazy fashion, could end up taking the role of a backup if O'Malley doesn't?
Um, if O'Malley doesn't, yeah, someone's gonna have to do it. I would assume that it would probably, yeah. I mean, it could be a couple of them guys, but I'm Team Cheeto, baby. So yeah, we're a Cheeto gang around this motherfucker, a whole bunch of us. So
That
yeah,
fight's so hard for me because I love Sandhagen and Cheeto. I'm gonna be watching and I'm just gonna prepare to be sad for that one because whoever loses is gonna make me sad.
well, I'm Cheeto gang, and I'm prepared to be very happy for that.
Hell yeah, Cheeto gang all the way.
Oh, we get a lot of Cheeto haters in here, bro. We
Someone
fucking
say Cheeto gang.
What's my favorite chips? Cheetos.
Man, flaming hot and shit. Fire.
Already.
Listen, UFC.com did a piece 2022 by the numbers. I mean, they hit a whole bunch of shit. I'm not going to hit a whole bunch of shit, but there were some numbers on there I thought worth looking at. 42 events, 21 of them at the Apex, 13 pay-per-views. That's at every 4-week average, 13 months a year if you do it every 4 weeks. That's why paying a payment every 2 weeks gets you ahead, folks, because that's 13 monthly payments a year, not 12. They're pimping us on 13 pay-per-views. Only we're in 16 cities. I don't think that's that much, saying Dana says everyone wants them, but the NFL and the NBA are doing that many, right? Like all their shit is live open, right? I don't watch that shit, so I'm really asking, guys. Like, someone's got to fucking tell me. I don't watch any of that.
I don't fucking know. That shit's way too boring. I've been introduced to MMA at such a young age. Anything with the ball kind of bores the shit out of me.
What's the
Like,
question?
like the NFL and the NBA, those are live events, and everybody's in their normal arena, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the UFC hitting 16 cities in 2022 just is not impressive to me. Yeah.
It's that damn Apex, dude.
Fuck that Apex, man. 21 events at the Apex.
Nah, bro, I fucking love it, man.
Look, man,
I love the
I hear too
Apex
much.
as far as watching it and hearing just like the punches and kicks land, but as far as like compared to like that the Calvin Kattar and Emmett card or like UFC London or UFC France, those like just the crowd alone in that arena does not compare. It blows the Apex out of the water. It's not even close.
Yeah, but Andrew lives in Vegas.
That shit's dope, bro.
511 fights. That's how much time we have fucking wasted taping fights last year, boys. Light heavyweight division has the most fights at 66 fights. Or not light heavyweight, just lightweight division. 66 fights, no surprise. Heavyweight at 39. Bro, there's only 35 heavyweight fighters. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how did they have the second most fights at 39? Whatever. Light heavyweight was 35. All the other weight classes, well, all the other men's weight classes bounce around 55, 65 in between. except flyweight at 32. Women's featherweight, only 5 fights last year. Women's bantamweight, 15, which I thought was crazy because it used to be like the most popular women's division. Women's flyweight and strawweight had 33 and 34. So for everybody in here that watches tape and everybody in here that breaks these fights down with no tape, with no study, you watched every UFC card last year and you spent, we're not talking card time, we're talking just fight time. 92 hours, 30 minutes, and 16 seconds watching fights. By the time we add in the whole card, bro, we probably 250 hours into this shit. By the time we tape fights, I don't even want to talk about it no more. Like, I'm not willing to have that fucking discussion. 19 title fights, nine titles changed hands with the interim flyweight title deal. 5 champions remain the same, 269 finishes, 98 submissions, 171 knockouts, 242 decisions, 176 unanimous, 53 split, 8 majority decisions. I can only think of one, and it was last week. It wasn't even in 2022. Can anybody like pop off any majority decisions from last year? Like, I can't fucking think of any. Uh, only one no, only 3 draws last year, 1 no contest, and 1 DQ. I don't know who it was, but I can't believe there was only 1 disqualification all
I think
year,
that
man.
was that Dean Barry. Was it Dean Barry or some shit?
What'd he do?
I think he did like an eye poke. Like his fingers like dug all the way in his eye.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
too
that
Yes, to
sounds
much.
reporter
familiar. He
Mike
did it to
Jackson.
that bum, Mike Jackson, right?
Yeah.
Mike deserved that shit. Fuck it. I don't know what the no contest is either. I have no idea which the no contest is. Yeah, I just don't. 99 people debuted in the UFC last year. 199 fight night bonuses were awarded. $50,000 short of $10 million. That's all I've got for tonight. Anybody got anything they want to get off before we close up?
Shit. Slip my mind.
That's all good, bro.
Hey,
So we
hold
got.
up. It's been a while since we had D Baby cuss us out, bro.
Damn, why you gotta put me on the spot like that,
It's
bro?
cool.
Come on,
You could
bring the
do it
heat.
in a second. We don't plug none of our shit. Anybody that's still listening here, listening, or listening on YouTube later, or listening on a replay of the space later, ontopicmma.com, just a cool website with a bunch of resources for capping fights. There's nothing there but like links to some of our guys' profiles and resources for capping fights. There's no ads, no nothing like that. Follow us. If you don't follow us and you're sitting in here because fuck, that's what everybody's supposed to say, right? Short of that, we do you can check the profile. We do a league on Fanatics. You can join. It's free. It's fun. We've been trying to get a DraftKings Kings thing going where it's like $5 a week. I think we had 3 people last week, man. It's not really popping, but fuck it. I'll keep throwing $5
Yeah,
at
we're,
it.
we're gonna keep running it back. We're gonna shorten the size because we only have 10 members at the time. So if you play DraftKings and you don't want to play against a bunch of people that make a living off, you don't want to play a bunch of pros. You just want to get in there and play a couple of guys that are, have the same kind of fight knowledge as you do, and just trying to have fun, not trying to make a living off of it. Jump in there and play with us. I mean, we run a free league, a $3 league, and we can adjust the prices. If you want to play, just come in and play. You can actually make your own competition and set the buy-in at what you want. Other than that, only thing I have power over is who comes in and who doesn't, or who stays and who doesn't. So
And we don't make no money on it, man. We just do it for fun. Everybody
yeah, the
around
only way
here
we make money
bets.
is if we rank. We don't make no money as far as buy-ins. It's DraftKings takes their rake and that's it.
Yeah, we don't. It's not a profit thing, man. We just do it for fun. The Fanatics thing, I did not call out the winners of last week, but I will tweet them out in the morning, man. Short of that, I think that's pretty much everything.
Oh,
D
that's what I was
baby.
gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. So y'all finna do a podcast, right?
Eventually, something like that. Yeah, I wanna set up a deal where I can bring the space up on the screen, and but be have it look like a podcast, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
put some faces with the voices, boys. We moving on to big things here.
I
Eventually.
mean, y'all got to, cause y'all getting top fighters up in here. It's time to upgrade, man.
Yeah, I
Y'all,
need sound bits, baby.
I told you when you come to Vegas, man. Shit, I could record you a sound bite, man. I get you on the mic, man. Get you right.
I'm gonna send you
Get
some
old man
shit like
Joe rapping on the mic. Shit, sign me up. That's better than Greg Olson right there, baby.
Joe
nah,
got that
bro. So
voice.
listen, one of the places I go all the time, D baby, go on YouTube and go to MMA Talk, right? Type that shit in and go to any one of their videos. And right at the beginning, it's like 3 seconds long, bro. It's like Dana White yelling some shit and some music real quick. It's like maybe 4 seconds long. I want some shit like that.
Shit, well then I can get you. You could like it could crack off like at your topic what you got. Then a boom, a beat just drop, and that shit hit hard. You know what I'm saying?
See?
I love
And
that
then I
shit. That sound like the kind of shit we need for our space.
that's
Joe, there's plenty of houses out here, bro.
yeah,
Real
I
dick
know. My
style, bro.
wife ain't coming, bro. My wife ain't coming. I'm gonna have to get a divorce to make it. I think. Ain't that a bitch?
I mean,
I told her it's gonna be real awkward when we live on opposite sides of the country. She said bye. That's all she said. Yeah, whoever laughed is married, and they know I'm not lying.
True that.
Man, thanks everybody that's still here. Thanks everybody that tunes in later, man. Thanks everybody that tunes in on YouTube. We don't really do this for profit or money, man. We're a bunch of fans having a lot of fun right
Shit, I
now.
do. I do.
Yeah, we bet for it, but we're not doing this space for that shit, man. So,
Nah, I'm just fucking with y'all.
hit the profile page. We got a couple of different groups, man. Hit the like button. We'll add you to the groups. I'll do all that tomorrow. All the guys that are in the main chat group, I'm probably gonna dump like 6 guys in there and see if they can sink or swim. They want to join, so they'll get a full warning. Like if your
Welcome to the
feelings
Shark
get
Group, boys.
yeah. I literally send people a thing like, listen, if you get your feelings hurt, don't get your feelings hurt. Sorry, man. I send a disclaimer to fucking everybody that joins the main group. The tape group, there's a couple people, they see that stipulation is that they got to get on the mic, but there's a couple people that want in the tape group. So maybe we'll try to run that. Edgy's real reputable, and he hit the like button on that one. And then anybody going to International Fight Week in July, we have a group dedicated strictly to trying to figure out every detail we can about the Fan Expo and UFC 290. That's all I got, boys. That's it. D baby, why don't you get us out of here?
All right, man. For the people that's in the bottom, if y'all feel like we don't know what we talking about, man, grab a mic and talk your shit, man. Stop playing, man. Look, we want to hear y'all thoughts. We want to hear y'all challenges. Stop being a pussy.